Pleasant good morning to all you viewers, wherever you may be at this time viewing this game. Well, welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for day 3 of the West Indies Championships. It's the Guyana Happy Eagles up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm Mohammed. Alongside me, Gordon Pierre. Gordon, the state of this game at this point in time, the Guyana Happy Eagles in their second innings, 96 for 3 after 34 overs, which means they have an overall lead of 260. What are your thoughts on the day's play as we look forward to proceedings this morning?
Well, good morning to all the viewing public as we get ready for what promises to be an interesting first morning here on the first session here on the third day of the round 3 match, Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Thus far, it has been a real interesting encounter. The Happy Eagles, they definitely have the advantage going into day 3 here, and they'll be looking to press home that advantage. The game, though, they'll be wary of our Trinidad and Tobago Red Force comeback, and they'll want to close the door to use this first session to bat Trinidad and Tobago out of things here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The pitch, it's a pit here, and it's getting flatter as the days progress. And expect no different. There was a bit of rolling on the pitch. Expect that to just make sure that it's going to be a nice, firm surface that will really encourage true bounce. So I think the Trinidad and Tobago team will have to do quite well if they're going to prize out the Happy Eagles. Playing on the Happy Eagles' mind, though, they will be very wary of another game in Trinidad and Tobago, where Barbados playing the Leeward Islands, and after getting a commanding first innings lead, they were scuttled out, and that will definitely, they will not want that to happen to them. So they'll have to make sure that complacency does not step in. They have the skipper, the experienced Leon Johnson, and he's at the wicket, and he'll be looking to guide his younger partner Savory through these early morning proceedings. They look to, of course, keep out the early threat by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. On the Red Force side of things, they'll be looking to get an early wicket. Skipper Darren Bravo will have to find the right combination of bowlers. They'll have to use all of their experience. I expect Imran Khan to play a very important role here earlier up this morning. The medium-fast bowlers should get their early morning work in. I think Mohammed, he'll have to just taper his enthusiasm and try to find a good length, bowl those hard lines and lengths, and try to induce an error from the batsman. So that is going to be the important factors this morning, as well as the field setting. You got to know who you're up against and how they're going to play this morning. So it's going to be a very interesting morning, and I think everyone from province in Guyana, Berbice, and all the way to Charlottesville in Tobago, they'll be tuning as they look at this encounter.
Yeah, well, as we see, the Red Force players are just getting ready to take the field. As we mentioned, Gordon, day 3, one of the better days for batting on this ground here, Brian Lara Cricket Academy, this particular surface. And, as you mentioned before, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be hoping for a reinvigorated performance this morning, a bowling performance, that is, to actually get some early wickets and make some inroads into the lower order of the Guyanese batting lineup. But skipper Leon Johnson, he's not out on 9, and Kimal Savory, 34 not out, and 96 for 3 the score at the close yesterday. And Imran Khan, in the few of us we saw yesterday from him, he looked to be a lot more in the rhythm. He was landing a lot more deliveries in those good areas, those telling areas. And he had, of course, he had that wicket of the big wicket of Matthew Nandu late on yesterday. So I'm really expecting the spinners, in particular Brian Charles and Imran Khan, to have a big part whenever the opportunity comes. But I think this morning they're going to be starting off with Brian Charles from the southern end. And a lot is going to be depending on Brian Charles. You know, he's been doing a lot with the ball. His workload is huge, and he's been taking it on his back. He's been bowling well, and we just hope that he gets the support in the field. The Trinidad and Tobago had a number of drop catches in the Guyanese first innings, so we'll be hoping for a reinvigorated performance from these boys. A lot of chirp early on here as we get ready for the start of play on day 3.
So umpire right to send them right on their way from the southern end, and it's going to be Charles who's going to open things up here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team as they seek to get an early breakthrough.
One on both to rush onto the pad again, Brian. Brian.
A lot of chatter early on here from wicketkeeper Amir Django in particular, and looking for early inroads this morning is Brian Charles. So the first delivery on day 3.
So safely navigated the first 2 deliveries this morning as we see a slip is in. A man at Silly Midon. So those are the 2 attacking fieldsmen close in. We've got a 5-4 field. A man at a point region, a backward point, a more forward of point, just 3/4 of the way. Short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a backward square leg, or squarish fine leg, or whichever one you want to call it. So a very attacking feel early up this morning as they try to put some pressure, apply some pressure to these 2 batters here. And it's the skipper, Captain Fantastic, Leona Johnson. So no run off the first over. It's in the bag. It's in the books. A maiden over there for Brian Charles. At the end of it, the Guyana Happy Eagles 96 for 3.
Yeah, overall lead of 260. And Gordon, as we look to preempt what is to take place in today's play, what do you think the Happy Eagles would be looking at as an overall lead or as a target to set, looking at Red Force batting last?
I think they'll go for something over 350. The reasoning being they will be wary of the backlash of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team at home, playing on a relatively good surface. I shouldn't say a relatively good surface, in fact an excellent batting surface. So they'll be wary of that. They know that they've got a lot of players on the Trinidad and Tobago team with a lot to prove. You know, Darren Bravo, he didn't do as well as he would have liked in the first innings, but he would have gone home and would have watched throughout the Caribbean and seeing a number of young players putting up big numbers. Alec Atineza, of course, he'll be the prime suspect in that. And if he wants to get back into the West Indies team to just finish off his career on a high in terms of at the international level, he'll have to continue knocking on the selectors' doors for them to look to him and not look forward to other youngsters. So I think he's have a lot to prove. The Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup will definitely and that's driven
Mohammed
through the covers. He's overpitched, given the treatment, 4 runs. Savory beginning his morning vigil. It was a full toss, and he just leant on it, not trying to overhit it. And Manik's only job was to retrieve as it raced into the boundary fence. 4 good-looking runs. Mohammed there showing the intent that he wants to pitch up. He wants to allow the ball to swing from good areas, but just not getting it right.
Yeah, Uthman Mohammed starting off proceedings here from the northern end.
And that's 100 for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
100 up with that boundary.
So it's 100 for 3. The Happy Eagles leading by 264. So they'll be looking for about 90 more. They'll hope to get that before the lunch interval. The Trinidad and Tobago team, part of their strategy would also be to dry up the runs. You know, just have the Happy Eagles batsmen out in the middle.
Yeah, good area from Mohammed. Just a little bit closer, just to encourage Savory in playing this one. Too easy as came out Savory. Well settled now, 38 of 78 deliveries. And of course, Uthman Mohammed 1 for 20, getting that wicket of Tevin Imlak very early on yesterday afternoon. Imlak just 3 for him. So Mohammed would be looking for an early breakthrough here for the Red Force. Good area again from Uthman Mohammed. And Uthman Mohammed, Borden had 2 for 33 in the first innings. The first innings of the Guyana, when Guyana batted in the first innings. And throughout this game, I thought his performances were not that bad. You know, bowled a brand new ball in both innings. And really, in this game, the leader of the pack in terms of the bowlers, he would certainly be looking to do a lot better in terms of the wickets column, I would think.
Yeah, I think for me, he started off pretty well in the first innings, and then he just started to go all over the shop in terms of his direction. I think he just needs to be consistent. This morning he started well, reasonably well. His first ball, though, it was struck over pitch, but he's aiming to that area outside the off stump. I think he was to get just a little bit closer. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, so it's going to be angling into the left-hander, and probably just wanted to shape away a bit. You want to get that harder, you know, 4 meters, 4.5, 5 meters area, just to apply some pressure. And that's more like it there. Play and a miss from Savory. He admonishes himself. So the end of a good over here from Uthman Mohammed. At the end of it, it's the Guyana Happy Eagles. They lead by 264, but they're 100 for 3 in their second innings.
A good delivery to finish off for Uthman Mohammed, goes past the outside edge. So again, brilliant sunshine greeting us here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and we've been lucky to have brilliant weather all throughout this game so far.
It's Friday evening here, Friday morning, sorry, here in Trinidad and Tobago. TGI F, and it's flicked off the legs. So he goes into double figures there. Leon Johnson just throwing into the pads there. Charles.
A relatively attacking field for Brian Charles. For both these left-handers, is a slip and play, is a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man back on the deep backward square boundary. There's also a man at forward short leg in Keegan Simmons. Brian Charles spot on, right on the money. 10.2 overs and none for 24. His figures so far in this second innings. Done a very good holding job for skipper Bravo. This time another good delivery. Pushed out to Khan, who's at mid-off. He would be looking at anticipating when he gets ball in his hand. Imran Khan, very experienced leg spinner. Good delivery again, and this time finds the gap. Kimal Savory and picks up another boundary. Second for him this morning. Goes into the 40s, 42. Just a little bit overpitched from Brian Charles. And the good thing for Kimal Savory was he got it in that gap, that extra cover region. And picked up a good looking 4 once more.
He's dealing in boundaries here. Just giving him the width where he was able to free the arms, getting it through the cover region, the extra cover region, and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Kimal Savory certainly signaled his intentions early on, putting away those bad deliveries, dealing in boundaries so far, a couple of them. Charles
There
right back
you, buddy.
on a good length.
That's you, buddy. That's you, buddy. Go, Brian.
These two together put on 25
I like that ball
already. And remember, this partnership going in the first innings, stitching together a 97-run partnership at that stage where Guyana won 33 for 3. And these two came together and really consolidated and really put on a good partnership. So the end of the Brian Charles over, it's 105 for 3. That lead goes up to 269.
Yeah, I seen that. Correct. Yep, 2 legs. Correct. Go on.
So Mohammed again
Correct.
from northern end. Leon Johnson on strike. Good delivery, appeal goes up.
A bit too high there.
Umpire Leslie Reefer, nothing doing. As we take a look at this one again. Angling in. Just straight in a tad.
Hitting outside your stump as
Yeah,
well.
point of contact may just be outside off stump, but good area again from Mohammed. Want to be there a lot longer. Be a little bit more consistent in that good length, that 4-meter area. And Mohammed and Skipper Bravo in deep conversation, planning what is to be. And Mohammed operating with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a man out on the extra cover boundary. Cover, mid-off, Darren Bravo in a shortish mid-on, and a man back at fine leg.
Very good delivery there by Mohammed. He just needs to get that a bit closer, but there you saw it pitching a good carry through to the keeper.
I want to give it anything you out. Get some yesterday.
Well bowled there. Bang on target. Johnson also showing the full face of the bat. So good all round cricket. Mohammed drawing the defensive shot.
Gordon, do you think, of course, that lead of 164 with Guyana heading into their second inning, do you think the Red Force bowlers were a bit, thinking about looking for going search of wickets rather than just be patient on that line and length?
On what day, which day? You talking about this morning or?
In the second innings, in Guyana second innings, of course, Guyana before they started their second innings, they already had a lead of 164. Do you think the Red Force bowlers were?
Well, when they started, the position of the game dictated that they tried to get wickets. Now they string onto the legs. A lot of appealing, nothing doing. Let's look for the signal from Reefer. It comes now, so it's a leg by. I think it was going down clearly. He's striking the outside of the pad, the angle taking it down the leg side. But that being said, as a bowling unit, you got to be able to decide how you're going to get your wickets. You got to decide how you're going to get your wickets. Now, of course, fast bowlers and mystery spinners, they try to really get batters out through. He's struck in front, he's plump in front.
This time, umpire Leslie Reefer shaking his head immediately as to signal if there was some bat involved. Let's take a look at this.
Well, you decide at home.
Oh,
Slightly.
my.
It could have been going down the leg side. I think if we had the review system, it would have been the umpire's call. Look at it again.
But if you look at Kim Savory,
Look at, it's in line.
He
Right.
took a step towards off stump.
Yeah,
And
but you have to look behind his leg.
the point of impact, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing
Yeah, but if
middle
you,
and off. I'm not seeing leg stump as the signal if it's really going down leg. But umpire refer just indicating that it's doing a bit too much.
it's a pretty close call. At the end of the day, it would have been the umpire's call with a review.
Yeah, good testing over from Mohammed comes to an end.
Keep going,
No run from the
Brian.
bat, just the leg by. Switch Charles. Let's see if they can continue applying pressure here. So no real aggressive intent by the Guyana Happy Eagles. So they didn't come out bat swinging, guns blazing. They've come out looking to build an innings. Young Kimal Savory looking to get to his first half century in first class cricket. And the captain Johnson just turning on to the leg side and jogging through. So you're definitely seeing what the intention from the way they're playing. The Guyana Happy Eagles looking to back Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out of this one. They're not going to leave the door open. They're not going to leave it a chance and give them just 300 plus or 200 plus, close to 300. They want to bat long. They want to bat hard. They want to spend some time in the out in the middle. Of course, the fatigue element. You know, you just being out in the hot sun and then
Let's get one here.
giving a declaration probably either before lunch, just before lunch, or just after lunch. Savory guiding this one behind. Great feeling in the outfield. He's unable to stop the single. That's
Solozano.
Working, boys.
But they're just happy just to
Good, Brian.
play
Good
the
speed,
ball
Brian. Good
around.
speed, Brian.
What a good delivery from Brian Charles. Met with a solid defense. Skipper Leon Johnson.
Yes. Savory
Keep going back.
nice of 44. So he's closing in on his career best thus far. Young career, just 3 matches, 3 first class matches that is. And just guiding it out there. Johnson keeping the scoreboard ticking over. That brings an end to another Brian Charles over. At the end of that over, 109 for 3. The Guyana Happy Eagles batting a second time.
Yeah, man. Going off? Solozano. Going off.
So if you could get Mohammed to follow up his last over with a good one this time, as he's there discussing with the umpire, probably wanting a proper explanation of why that the LBW call on the last ball of the last over was not given.
We see Jeremy Solozano after that effort in the field. He just left the field in the meanwhile, and Kyrie Pierre, substitute,
I'm going to maintain my standards
comes on.
so that if I get a call for the next bigger league, that, you know, I still be ready.
So Mohammed again had a very good over. Previous one. Certainly would be looking to follow that up here to another good over.
And it's full rhythm out, but there's cover out there on the cover boundary.
Yeah, Mohammed this morning certainly looking to pitch it up and extract whatever there is on offer from the surface.
Partnership of 30 between these two. So it's a good partnership here, consolidating the efforts of the Guyana Happy Eagles. It's short.
No!
Can't get a single. Good fielding by Jason Mohammed at backward point.
Sorry. Next time.
Uthman Mohammed, though, he needs to bring it up. And that's where you just need to ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers, this is a still over on a trot. he'll want to bowl in the right area. Right, that's the delivery. Well delivered there.
Yeah, I think this morning he's been a lot fuller. You know, as compared to yesterday, he was a lot on the shorter side this morning, operating from around the wicket and being a lot fuller. And with that strong wind, he's getting that ball to come back in to Savory. He's getting it to swing slightly back into Savory. I know the natural angle is bringing it back in, but he's getting a slight swing back in.
They're getting a bit too close, a bit too straight. Just turned off the hip. So Savory equaling his career best at this first class level. Just in his third match.
Yeah, came out Savory, a man with huge expectations in Guyana, been scoring heavily in the Guyana domestic competition.
Just
Driven out, no single on offer.
very good bowling thus far here by Mohammed. This is what it's all about, building the pressure. Yes, Batter just has to come forward, firm forward defensive. Good over there for Mohammed. I think he's doing the job that the skipper is asking him to do. He just needs to continue. They'll want to get one more over from him from the northern end. If he can remain consistent. But it's going to be Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. He's going to be bowling to Kimal Savory. He's on 44 not out.
Yeah, Kimal Savory eyeing what would be his first half century in first class cricket. 44 not out.
Go on, Brian.
Excellent batting so far from young Savory. This one is looking to cut. No proper connection
Keep going, Brian.
on that one.
Keep going, Brian. Keep going, Brian.
Brian Charles will want to just angle it into him, get it in. Probably just straighten a bit. Not much on offer for the spinners. Oh, it's gone
I
chest
think
pass.
it might be a drop chance. The reaction of the Red Force players says that it might have just gone to hand. Keegan Simmons.
But he didn't get his hand to it, but it went hand height.
Yeah, definitely a drop chance. Definitely went in. Hard hands from Keegan Simmons. And first chance goes a begging this morning for Red Force. Ill-advised. Would definitely be wanting to take all their chances. Difficult one though. Shorter this time. And just a single. Good fielding from Mohammed. Can't prevent two though. Good running from these two. Savory showing the eagerness to get back on the striker's end.
Follow up good. Follow up good here. Follow up good here,
He's
Brian.
gone to his highest total thus far. A new career best. 46 not out in first class cricket. Just 3 matches.
Follow up, Brian.
He'll want to crown it off with a half
Sweet
century.
Brian. Sweet Brian.
You'd have gotten a life.
Brian.
And when you get a life, you want to make full use of it.
Brian, Brian. Keep going, Brian. Keep going, Brian. Come on, Brian.
And he's just pushing it out.
Punching. Mohammed, who is three quarters of the way back. Easy single for Savory. Moves up to 47 now. That partnership going up ever so slightly. 34 it's worth now.
Go on, Brian.
84 deliveries.
One here, Brian.
No luck yet in terms of wickets
One in here,
for the
Brian.
Red
One in here,
Force
Brian.
this morning.
They'd have definitely wanted Simmons to hold on to that chance. There's a sharp chance.
Considering the one he took off Matthew Nando in the first innings, was a lot more difficult.
Yeah,
This one,
he'll be disappointed that it didn't stick.
at the end of Brian Charles's 13th over, Red Guyana Happy Eagles are 114 for 3. Overall lead of 278 at this stage. Gonna be Mohammed again from
Mohammed,
the northern end.
he would have been building pressure in the last over he bowled. He'll want to continue here.
Yeah, 3 good overs for Mohammed so far this morning. And I would like for him to really be more patient. I've enjoyed what I've seen so far this morning from him. He's getting a lot fuller, asking more questions of the batsmen. Shorter delivery this time. Worked easily by Savory. Moves up ever so slightly to that half-century mark, 48 now. Kemal Savory though looks very compact, very solid, and he looks like he knows his game well, knows his strengths. And remember, he got 43 in the first innings, eyeing a half-century here in the second innings. Prodigious movement from Mohammed as it passed the bat on its way through to wicketkeeper Django. Strong breeze blowing from left to right on your screen. Just aiding in Mohammed with that little bit of movement that he's getting.
Strong offside field. 7-2 field. Just over pitching. Go straight to Jason Mohammed. He walks away holding his hand. Occupational hazard, of course, always getting hit with that hard ball on the hands. Oh, he's beating him outside the off stump. That's the delivery. That's where he want to be bowling those deliveries.
Excellent delivery from Mohammed again. Good delivery. Angle taking it into Johnson and then just on pitching, just left the bat. Very good delivery. Let's see if he can follow it up with another good one here, Gordon.
Well, that's what you need, eh? That's a good delivery. Tuts into the bat. So you want to finish off this over strongly here. So Mohammed, you want to finish this over strong. Races in from another end.
That's over.
Good delivery. At the end of it, the 42nd over for the Guyana Happy Eagles in their second innings. They are 115 for 3. Kemal Savory eyeing a half century. He's on 48. He's partnered by skipper Leon Johnson, who's on 13. And with that, as Brian Charles is going to continue at the southern end, I bring to you this morning Mr. Anil Lakan. Yes, Anil, pleasant good morning to you.
So Brian Charles to continue.
Pleasant good morning to you as well, Gordon. Pleasant good morning to all listeners and viewers wherever you may be. We'd like to say a special good morning to the viewers in Guyana as well.
Go, Brian. Morning, Brian.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Lakan.
So it's going to be Brian Charles from the fire to continue. The previous over from Brian Charles, there was a very tough catch indeed that was put down by Keegan Simmons, and at this stage, one would expect that even the half chances, the TNT Red Force team, they would want it to go into hand. They wanted to go to hand. But unfortunately for them, Brian Charles continues to toil away. But take nothing away from Kemal Savory. He's batted really well here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. You know, he's almost close to his first.
Yeah, no.
Half century at this level, at the regional level. So, having scored a very well-crafted 43 in the first innings, you know, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're excited to see this young man really move from strength to strength.
This one just past Keegan Simmons at pad. Trickles into the leg side and an easy single for Kemal Savory.
So that's
49 now.
So with that single, the score moves on to 116 for 3. Brian Charles, he's bowling with a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man at that fine leg position. So not very attacking is the TNT Red Force at this stage.
Good, Charlie.
No. Look in.
So Adam wants a 5-4 field.
Brian Charles' over comes to an end. After 43 overs, Happy Eagles progressed to 116 for 3. Putting on 20 this morning, Anil. And I thought the Red Force bowlers have been a lot fuller. Uthman Mohammed in particular have been a lot fuller and asking a lot more questions as compared to yesterday. Well, he's been withdrawn now. No. So he's gonna continue. Mohammed, for one moment we thought we were gonna see Webster, but it's gonna be Mohammed again.
So Uthman Mohammed making that subtle adjustment with his length. Just possibly going up a meter further than he would normally bowl. Normally the lengths he would be hitting is just around that 5-meter length, but he's possibly going up to that 4.5-meter length. And what's that doing? It's that in-between length that he's creating for the batters who are unsure either to go onto the back foot or press onto the front foot. So pitched up delivery from Uthman Mohammed, going straight on the stumps. Savory just eased that one out to that short mid-on position. Skipper Darren Bravo is in hot attendance. And there is that line and length that we've been talking about. Could you just honing in just on about that off-stump line, the corridor of uncertainty. And skipper Darren Bravo, you know, he would want Uthman Mohammed to continue to wear these batters down by bowling consistently on about that, you know, 4th, 5th stump line.
Yeah, well, he has 2 slips and a gully in place. So he's essentially asking Mohammed to be fuller this time. I think it's going to be leg buys. Yep, leg buys, the signal from umpire Reefer. So Savory has to wait just a tad longer. He remains on 49.
So what are we seeing from Uthman Mohammed? Even though he's bowling the channel, you know, it's important for him to keep, you know, possibly one of those deliveries honing in on the stumps as well.
Shorter delivery. And Johnson can get past backward point fielder.
Well, skipper Leon Johnson, he's in sublime form, scoring a polished 62 in the first innings. And here he is again, you know, getting a start, and, you know, would really want to cash in, because with the lead now, just about that 281 mark, you know, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are indeed in the driver's seat here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. You know, at this stage here, it's more about trying to bat the TNT Red Force out of this contest, and I'm sure that would be one of the key conversations in the dressing room. Do not allow the TNT Red Force team back into this contest by you know, allowing them to get us all bowled out maybe just on about lunchtime.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I'm sure that would be the message from the Happy Eagles dugout.
But from the other side, the TNT Red Force, Skipper Darren Bravo and the entire think tank, they would want both Uthman Mohammed and Brian Charles to make further inroads into this Guyana Happy Eagles batting lineup. If they are unable to do so, they will just continue to build that formidable lead that they already have established during the second innings of this contest. And mind you,
Come on, Brian. Come on, Brian. Come on, Brian.
if Guyana Happy Eagles were to bat until tea today, I'm sure they would be in excess of 400. So that in itself, looking at that, is going to be a daunting task for the TNT Red Force batters.
Anil, just to preempt, I was asking my fellow co-commentator before Gordon Pierre what he thinks the Happy Eagles would be looking at as an overall target. But more than that, how long do you think the Happy Eagles would be comfortable with in giving themselves in terms of sessions to bowl the Red Force out?
Well, first of all, we gotta do an assessment of what has transpired thus far. It is still a very good batting surface here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So one would want to, at least the Guyana Happy Eagles, I would be thinking possibly 4.5 sessions, all of tomorrow and possibly last hour, in today's play. But it all depends on what transpires during this morning sessions would really, set the tone for what is going to happen, because what they'll want to do is possibly allow themselves the opportunity to have at least 120, 130 overs to bowl at the TNT Red Force batters in order, to give themselves the opportunity, to get a further 10 wickets so that they can march on to victory. So still a lot to play for in respect to both sides. I mean, it's no secret at this stage that the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are in the driver's seat and they continue, to put pressure on the TNT Red Force.
Yeah, every run is so important for the Happy Eagles.
And what makes it even more interesting, may I say, is the fact that there's loads of time still in this contest. So there's absolutely no...
Johnson down the track and all the way for 6.
So
For
lovely.
6 of the morning. Johnson with a beautiful extension of the arms, got down the track and just a beautiful swing of the bat and getting it all the way. What a lovely shot, Anil.
Yeah, Leon Johnson, the skipper of the Guyana Happy Eagles, going downtown. And, when you consider that this man, Leon Johnson, who has been a very good servant for Guyana cricket, is hanging up his boots at the end of the season, one really asks the question, is that the right decision? Because, he just seems to have so much to offer, to Guyanese cricket. And, one would hope that, he continues, beyond, season 23. Could you?
Yes, most definitely. Well, Leon Johnson, so experienced. A quick single for Savory, and this time he's going to get his first half century in first class cricket. Well played knock from the young man. 50 up for Savory. And what a good knock, Anil, in the context of things from Kim Savory. Came in yesterday afternoon, late in the day, and he really weathered that storm. At that point, TNT Red Force bowlers were bowling well, and he carried his bat throughout.
Yeah, so Kim Savory getting his 50 in 106 deliveries, 3 fours and 1 6. And, it's really exciting times, for this young man. He just seems to have all the ingredients, to be a very, very good first-class player. So at this stage, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they will definitely want him to possibly push on to 3 figures here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I mean, the outfield is lush, the pitch is in immaculate condition, and, everything is set up for him. There's absolutely no pressure, where the batters are concerned.
drilled back past Mohammed. Authoritative shot from Savory. Another boundary. Runs beginning to flow here now for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Well,
Pitched up delivery.
Well, I'm sure, Kadu, that the Guyanese think tank, they would have discussed, where they want to be, at lunch on day 3. So I'm not surprised at all that we're seeing the likes of Kemal Savory and Leon Johnson really pressing the trigger here, to accelerate the scoring.
And this time appeal goes up, and again, just from the first glance, looked like it was heading down. Umpire Reefer is saying so.
So the pitch here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy is still excellent for batting. The sun continues to beat down on the surface, and it will only get better and better.
That lead now up to 294 takes the outside edge, but all along the ground. Goolie does the feeling in the slip.
And it's evident that the pitch is losing a bit of venom, if I may say so. That ball, even though Kemal Savory did played it with soft hands, you're seeing that the ball is dropping way short of the fielder at that second slip position.
Short delivery, protection out there in Justin Manning. So just a single for Savory.
With Mohammed just going into the pitch there, trying to get that ball above the shoulder height, makes it trying to make it a bit difficult for Savory. But Savory, is batting really well. He's assessed his conditions really well, and I'm sure he's got the piece of the pitch, which is important.
Oh, good delivery from Mohammed. Well left by Johnson. Good corridor from Mohammed. Into his 6th over this morning.
And I tell you what, Kareem, one of the important features of being a regional or international cricketer, has to be your ability to consistently do the basics right. And when I say so, I'm referring to bowlers bowling a length and line that's required, depending.
Short delivery and a pull away by Johnson. Doesn't bother running for that one. And 4 runs the result. So Mohammed, 2 fours in the over, 9 runs coming from it. After 46 overs, the Happy Eagles have progressed to 135 for 3. And that lead goes up to 299. One short of that 300 mark. And I'm sure the intentions are clear as to what the Guyana Happy Eagles are looking at as a target. And maybe looking to push towards that target now, having seen off the threat from Mohammed and Charles. Well, Charles is still operating, but all of 43 minutes have elapsed in the day's play so far. And the Happy Eagles have scored 39 runs so far this morning.
So excellent going from the Guyana Happy Eagles batters, both skipper Leon Johnson and Kemal Savory. They seem to be in business-like mood. They looking to pounce on any delivery that's either short or full, and they doing it really easily at this stage. The TNT Red Force, they would want to pry out both these batters as quick as possible.
Easy no single for Savory. Good work from Jason Mohammed getting around to his right quickly.
So Brian Charles is bowling with a slip, a backward point, a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and skipper Lara. Bravo. Mid-off, Imran Khan, mid-wicket in Jason Mohammed. And the lone man out at that long on position, Justin Manik, the debutant. So we haven't seen...
At long on, it's Carrie Pierre. At long on.
My apology.
Yeah, I know you're probably rolling back the years thinking of Brian Charles Lara. Anil, I know you're a big fan of Prince of Port of Spain.
The legend himself.
BCL, as he's known.
Hold it, lad.
Peel is going up this time, but I think he's been struck a bit too high. Brian Charles just indicating that.
And possibly there's a trifle inside edge as well.
Man.
Drift is evident. Oh, just hitting him. Yeah, Brian Charles getting a nice drift, using that breeze to his advantage. Not much side spin on offer on this track.
Well, you know, it's very interesting that on D3 at the Brandler Cricket Academy, there's no evidence of spin. And, you know, one wonders really this pitch that was prepared here by the groundsmen. You know,
good delivery from Charles. Johnson had to get the bat down in time. The end of a good over from Charles.
So at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, you know, it tends to favor spin, you know. But this surface, you know, has produced a lot more for the seamers, you know, and very little or no help for the spinners. Now, when you look at what is transpiring at international cricket, you know, this to me is a very healthy move, you know, by the authorities to produce, you know, a pitch that has, you know, live grass on it. Because the history would have shown that whenever we travel abroad overseas, our batters tend to struggle tremendously against the seaming ball. So to me, this pitch is really an ideal platform for the young batters in the region, you know, to be able to develop their skill.
Easy single for Savory. But having said that, Anil, we saw on the first morning, as we know, a lot of live grass, green top, as we say. But it's not been out and out quick bowling, to say. I mean, apart from runs for beaten.
So just taking that into consideration, this is not a pitch that you're gonna blast out anyone. And I'm saying that based on it's not quick by nature. Okay, what we witnessed on D1 was more of a tennis ball bounce than anything else. What has happened on going into D2, it definitely has hardened up a bit. So there's still good carry, but in terms of pace, it's not a pacey surface, right? It's just offering a bit more than normal, you know, for the seamers.
Yeah, understood. Like a good leave by Johnson. Oohs and ahs all around from the Red Force players.
Well, I tell you what, it was just a coat of paint away from hitting that off stump. So I must give credit to skipper Leon Johnson, you know, for that leave. You know, it was immaculate indeed.
Yeah, precise leave. Of course, knowing where his off stump is.
But I'm sure Uthman Mohammed may be saying to himself, my word, he's very lucky to still be there.
Fuller delivery, swing and a miss from Johnson.
So
Mohammed has gone past the edge number of occasions this morning. Unlucky for him. Not able to pick up any wickets so far this morning, Uthman Mohammed.
But the intent is clear from the Guyanese batters. We're seeing that skipper Leon Johnson, he's definitely showing, you know, the opposition what his intentions are clear. You know, anything up in his zone, you know, he's going to be throwing the bat at it.
Good delivery again from Mohammed. And just to note, the lead has gone past 301 now.
So that in itself, the lead being in excess of 300 runs, that in itself, you know, tells a story. And what it does tell is now they've created that psychological effect on the TNT Red Force team. Having amassed a lead of over 300 is now becoming more and more challenging indeed.
Oh, and this one through the gap between second slip and Goolie, and goes down to the third man boundary for 4.
But as the old people say, Kadi, fortune favors the brave. And
I think it was intentional, Anil, from the look of the replay. It looks as though Leon Johnson picked that gap to perfection.
Yes, sorry.
What are your thoughts? No, your hand is in your mouth.
well, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he did pick the gap. But to me, honestly, I felt that it was a bit lucky on his side that that ball didn't go into second slip hand. But nevertheless, he's showing that the intent, being in this position of strength. There's absolutely no pressure whatsoever. On the Guyana Happy Eagles batters, they could really dictate the pace going now, and that is what they have done this morning. Because they are in the ascendancy, they are now dictating the pace of how they want to play the game, and it's obvious that their intentions are possibly to get anywhere in the vicinity of maybe 425, 450, and really shut the door on the TNT Red Force team.
Well, a bowling change from the southern end, Goolie. Another off spinner in this Red Force team. I thought we might have seen Imran Khan. Maybe with the two left-handers in. Skipper Bravo going for Goolie instead.
So it's all about matchups sometimes, could you? The matchup here is I'm sure the thinking from Bravo would be with the likes of Goolie, might just be able to get that ball to go past, get the outer edge,
But if the thought process is the ball spinning away from the left-hander, there's not much spin on offer. Brian Charles wasn't able to extract much spin from the surface. So, I mean, the experience of Imran Khan. And he bowled to the left-hander. In fact, he got Nandu out yesterday. He bowled, I think it was 4 tidy overs. Picked up a wicket. Not sure of the thinking from Skipper Bravo.
Well, it's sure that the intentions are from Bravo. He's trying to dismiss Savory possibly by Savory trying to go across the line of the delivery. We know the ball is not spinning, so they're bowling wicket to wicket. They're just asking him to go across the line, and possibly getting either LBW or bull long. To me, that's the modes of dismissals that the TNT Red Force team they're looking at in terms of trying to dismiss him.
No.
What do you do as a coach, Anil? What do you do when there's not much spin on offer? What do you do as a spinner? How do you tend to operate as a spinner when there's not much turn on offer?
Well, it's important to stay patient. That's one of the key aspects of this, is to stay patient. You've got to bowl one side of the wicket. And if you're able to do that consistently over a long period of time, what will happen is that you're going to build pressure. And if you build pressure, that in itself can just create wickets at some stage. But it's important when the ball is not spinning that you bowl one side of the wicket and you have that, the ring of fielders that will give you that level of support.
A lengthy spell by Mohammed. Is coming in for, I think it's his 8th over this morning. A long spell for the big fast bowler. Conditions are very hot.
Well,
big effort.
Uthman Mohammed has proven to be supremely fit indeed, and it doesn't surprise me one bit that Darren Bravo has asked him to really put his hand up, and put in, an exceptional effort in this morning's proceedings.
Yeah, I think he's been good for the most part this morning. Pitched up a lot more deliveries in that 4.5 meter length. He's just been a bit unlucky. Number of play and misses from both Savory and Johnson. Been a bit unlucky this morning.
Well, it's clear what the plan is from the TNT Red Force bowlers. They're going to bowl Savory just on about the outside the line of the off stump, but they're going to have that ball arcing into the stumps.
Again, another player and a miss.
Because
from
we-
Savory.
Because we would have seen, even this morning, there were a couple LBW shots, from Uthman Mohammed with the ball straightening back on the stumps. So they've possibly, identify something with Savory that they could possibly explore as a fielding team. This one is just all about that fourth stump line, but Kemal Savory now, who has batted all of this morning and all of yesterday evening, I'm sure, he's seen it possibly now as big as a breadfruit. Kemal Savory scoring his first maiden 50 at the regional first class level.
Good delivery again from Mohammed.
And I'm sure, Kadir, that's going to do, the world of confidence to this young man. I'm sure he does have ambitions of playing at the highest level. So this is indeed a good springboard for him with 2 rounds of cricket still to play. And, the games are going to be playing in Trinidad. And the more time he spends out to the middle, it's obvious that he's going to become more acclimatized with the conditions here in Trinidad and Tobago. But I must admit, at this stage, it's definitely too easy. The Guyanese batters, they are dictating what they do at this stage.
Well, I must admit, Anil, from a West Indian fan perspective, Guyana seems to be producing some good batsmen, top order batsmen. Most recently, Tijnarain Chandapal, young Matthew Nandu, who had 100 in the previous round, Kemal Savory, who had a score in the first innings, and just in his 3rd first-class game, already a 50 to his name. Looks a good, solid, compact player. Seems to be producing some good batsmen.
Well, over the years, many moons ago, Guyana has always produced some of the premier batters in world cricket. So it doesn't surprise me one bit, to see the likes of Savory, coming through the ranks.
Another player and a miss from Leon Johnson. Mohammed is standing there, bit confused, but the end of a good over. At the end of 50 overs, the Happy Eagles progressed to 143 for 3, an overall lead of 307.
So the Guyana Happy Eagles just going about 2.7 runs per over here, and there's absolutely no need at this stage to do anything different. They are in the ascendancy at the Barala Cricket Academy. They are dictating terms here when it comes to the TNT Red Force team. They are now, the lead is now a whooping 307 ahead, and we just about drinks here on the first session at the end of the first hour on D3. So this game has really a loud appeal here from Brian Charles. But
Jed
umpire,
Goolie. That's Jed Goolie.
my apology, Jed Goolie.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one again. Anil pitching and straightening. And oh, my.
Well, I'm seeing the leg stump there, so that must be pretty adjacent.
Oh, Kemal Savory. At this stage.
But we'll have to give the umpires the benefit of the doubt. They are in the hot seat, as we say, and we'll have to trust their judgment. Unfortunately, we do not have the technology, to go to in terms of reviews.
Quick single into the mid-wicket region. Good fielding by Mohammed, Jason Mohammed, that is.
But Cody, I would love to see more of these surfaces that we're seeing at the Barala Cricket Academy. I would love to see even at the oval, the pitches are prepared with some live grass on it. Because what it does, it does not only assist the seamers, but what it does, it really, makes the spinners and them a better bowlers. Because when they're bowling on surfaces that are not responsive, it means to say then they've got to really use their angles, variations, and everything, everything that they have in their armory. Whereas sometimes you go on a surface and the moment you say go, it starts spinning alarmingly, so there's not hard work, but on a surface of this nature, it is extremely hard work for the spinners, and it really does help develop you as a spinner when you have to bowl on tracks like these.
But I think when you say develop the surfaces, get some surfaces that more conducive to fast bowling, it's also reciprocating. It's gonna our batsmen as well, and at this time Leon Johnson with a nice back cut late and picking up 4. Last ball of Jet Goolie over goes for a boundary. Nice shot from Leon Johnson, leaning back and cutting this one vacant backward point area.
So at this stage we're gonna take a break. It's the end of the first hour play here at the Brandon Cricket Academy. Guyana Happy Eagles, they are now well placed at 148 for 3, and that lead is in excess of 300 at this stage.
Welcome back to action at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Taruba, South Trinidad. In day 3 of this round 3 match, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Guyana Happy Eagles. The scores after the first hour, 148 for 3. The Guyana Happy Eagles in their second innings, the second turn at the crease. The first hour went all to the Happy Eagles. They made 52 runs in that first period without the loss of a wicket. I'm going to pair together with Anil Lakana. Anil, first over, all to Guyana.
Well, when you look at what has transpired during the first 2 days and into day 3, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they have won 6 out of the 7 sessions, and that just tells a story that the TNT Red Force has really put themselves under tremendous pressure in this encounter.
Well, it's Mohammed to continue. Oh, he's driven back. He got his hands to it, but was unable to hold on. Kemal Savory with the drive back to the bowler.
And I tell you what, that ball was traveling like a tracer bullet. But Mohammed, extending his arms there, trying to take that catch. And I tell you what, he may have to get some running repairs done here. The ball has gone back with the umpire, and he's gingerly walking towards the dressing room. So one would hope that he's okay at this stage. Yeah, he does seem to be okay.
Yeah, he does seem to be okay. He got the hand up, and in his follow-through, he's got the whole palm to it. There you see him looking at his hands, but unable to hold on. It was in the air still, offering out a half of an opportunity to Justin Manick, who was at mid-off, but he was not able to get in. As we see Bravo with the skipper, Darren Bravo, just coming and asking him if he needs any repairs.
But as we speak, Gordon, there seems to be a change of tactics from Darren Bravo. The deep backward square thread Goolie is now stationed at that backward square position. So is it going to be some chill music from Mohammed, or is it only going to be what we call a bly, in terms of allowing the batters to think that something else is going to be coming?
Yes, I think he's going to mix it up and try to give him the double bluff as well as the short ball. But you can see from the intentions of the batter right after the drinks break, that's Savory, that they're looking to get on the attack. They would definitely want to pile on quick runs because they're more or less safe in terms of their lead by 312 runs. So they know, and they have 7 wickets in the bag. They've got a lot of big hitters to come in terms of Paul, Bramble, Sinclair. So they'll be looking to gather some quick runs and then insert the TNT Red Force and ask them to bat probably 4 or 5 sessions to save this game. So just as we predicted, the short ball, but Savory able to get under it easily, and then he rehearses an uppercut.
So now we see Darren Bravo inserting that fly slip down at that third man position. So that's T.N. Webster is stationed there for that uppercut if he's unable to take full control of that shot.
Well, it's an interesting ploy coming after the first hour. The wicket, of course, will flatten out a whole lot with the sunlight. So if you didn't go to short bowling in the first hour, going into short bowling in the second hour with the two batters well set, I think that's going to be anti-productive. We all talk about the glory of this pitch, and of course, traditionally, the third and fourth days, the time when this pitch really becomes a batting paradise. So I think that it's a bit of missing a beat by the skipper. But let's see how Mohammed responds. Short, and he just gets.
Don't tell me no, man.
And he just puts it down.
You don't tell me no.
So the ploy is definitely to go short at Kemal Savory at this stage. So TNT Red Force, they're still looking for wickets, which is important, Gordon, because it's important that they try and gather some kind of momentum, and one of the ways they can do that is by continuing to chip away at the wickets.
Yeah, most definitely. Leaves it.
And when I look at this ploy by Uthman Mohammed, I have to tell you, with the likes of Anderson Phillip, Jadon Seals, and the likes of Shannon Gabriel, had they been, available for this contest, it would have been a very, very spicy encounter indeed. Because we would, TNT Red Fort, they would be trading, fire with fire.
Well, we can't ask for what we don't have. And then that one into the midsection of a Savory. He's rubbing there. That brings you over to an end. So the short balls coming fast and furious. Just trying to unsettle the batter. At the end of that over, though, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they won 48 for 3, moving along happily as they continue to look to build a sizable total. I think judging from this first over after the water break, you would see that they want to get on with things. Continuing from the southern end, we've got Jet Goolie. He has figures of 6 runs from 2 overs, nothing in the wicket column.
So the lead now, has amassed to 312, and it's indeed a formidable task now with the lead building, over by over, session by session. And we just have to wait and see exactly what the ploy is going to be from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. At this stage of the game, they are pretty dictating how they go about things.
Yes, most definitely. I think Captain Leon Johnson will be eyeing another half century to add to the one he got in the first innings. Savory already with his top score in first-class cricket, 60, going past the 44, his previous best of 44. Of course, early days yet in his career, just 3 matches under his belt, 2 before this one.
Well, based on what we've seen from Savory, and this Sylphin offering a lot of assistance, it was indeed a very good innings indeed. This one is caressed down to mid-off. Imran Khan doing some smart work, moving very smartly to his right and affecting that stop. At one point in time there, skipper Leon Johnson would have fancied himself to go past Imran Khan.
A quick single there, keeping the fielders on their toes. And it seems to be the substitute, Carrie Pierre. He's come on for an injury to Salazano, was injured while doing some fielding in the point area. So they're looking unbothered, the Guyanese batsman.
Well, at this stage, none of the TNT bowlers, really, threatening either of these batters.
And they're able to jog through for another single. So that brings another Jet Goolie overturning. The Guyana Harpy Eagles approaching, in fact, they're 150 for 3 with that single. So they're 150 for 3, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So they're still maintaining that tempo, just around 3 runs per over, which is very, very healthy indeed in a 4-day contest, Gordon. Now, at this stage of the innings, one would expect at some stage, that both Leon Johnson and Savory will be looking to pull the trigger. But it's going to be a change from the pavilion end. The very talented Tian Webster is going to be introduced into the attack. And immediately we see that, he's taking the opportunity to bowl from round the wicket, trying to angle that ball into the left-hander and leave him at the late, at the last moment.
Well, it's been a ploy that has not, that they've tried for an extended period, but it has not worked thus far. that coming around the wicket to the batters. Savory well set on 61.
So with every over and every hour of this game, Gordon, this game just seems to be going further and further away from the TNT Red Force.
I think
Right down round.
it would be a very good time for Bravo after giving Webster probably just 2 overs to introduce himself just to get his golden arm and probably get that breakthrough. Something definitely is needed at this point. As you're seeing the Webster just talking to his skipper as they make some changes in the field.
And I'm just looking at what has transpired between yesterday evening and today. With 53 overs bowled, they're still a long way from that second new ball as well.
Yeah, and he's pitching outside the stump, getting good carry through to the keeper, but it's far too wide to interest the batter, Savory. He's just leaving it alone outside the stump.
And I'm predicting sooner than later that Imran Khan, our most successful bowler at regional level, has to be introduced, Gordon, because it's a desperate stage now where TNT Red Force, they need wickets and they need them quickly.
Well, after this delivery, I'll harping on that. That's on the pads. It's just turned into the onside. Skipper Bravo doing the fielding.
And what is impressive about the manner in which this Guyana Happy Eagles batting group, what's impressive about that batting group, you could see clearly they've identified the bowlers that they would want to target in terms of getting to that score. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit to see someone the like of Tian Webster. We see a different approach from the Guyana Happy Eagle batters.
And this is much too easy. But I think full marks goes to the Guyana Happy Eagles think tank. They've been very proactive throughout the game, not only with their batting, but with their bowling changes as well, with their bowling tactics. You saw as soon as Darren Bravo would walk to the wicket, the ball was shoulder beaten. You saw the field set for the short ball, and it got the results. You also saw when the batters were set, they chose the ball at one side of the wicket. You had Kimo Paul racing in and pitching it up outside the stump. So you were showing a definite planner. Unlike the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who in the first innings, after a very disciplined start and getting the first 3 wickets to have the Guyana Happy Eagles really tottering at 33 for 3, they then started to bowl all over the shop, both sides of the wicket. There was they were not bowling to their fields, etc. And I think that was the difference there. That one session where the partnership between, I think, these 2 guys took the game back to the Happy Eagles, and then after that, after getting 2 quick wickets again at 100 plus for 5, then the consecutive partnerships where Kimo Paul came in, Bramble Sinclair and Kimo Paul came in and were able to apply some pressure and built a good first day total of 324.
Well, having assessed what has transpired on both days, Gordon, I feel a bit sorry for skipper Darren Bravo, because he didn't have in his armory the firepower to really carry on from that early burst. So no fault to the skipper. He has to work with what is available.
Well, I was just about to say that in terms of sometimes you don't need firepower. And I think that's something that we in the Caribbean have struggled with continually. And that's your end of that over. Good over from T.N. Webster there. Just conceding that's 4 in that over. And the Happy Eagles at 154 for 3. Regionally, you got to work with what they have. If you don't have lightning fast bowlers, or you don't have genuine fast bowlers, then you got to work with what you have. Your weapons. We saw Imran Khan in the first innings being a bit off color.
Well, I come back for the next game, John. When you teach?
His figures, he ended with the figures of 86 for 4. So it showed his class and quality. So if you have a class and quality bowler such as Imran Khan, even though the wicket may be in your mind's perspective, may not be the perfect wicket to let them loose on. If you have that weapon in your armory, if you don't have a gun, use a knife. And if you don't have a knife, use a stone, right? So that is what they're in a battle here. They don't have the firepower. No need to harp on the missing of Phillips, Seals, Hines, and Shannon Gabriel. What you have, you got to use and use it well. And I think that's the difference between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Trinidad Red Force, at least in this match. It's going to be Goolie.
But I'll tell you, second time around, whenever that time comes, the TNT Red Force batters, they would have to be a bit more disciplined and a bit more conscious in terms of a bit more selective in their stroke play as well.
I think it's a good learning curve here, a good lesson. I think, and sometimes when you're in the battle, into the activity, you're not able to really get the lessons learned because you're in the battle. But I think the Trinidad and Tobago batters could take a couple pages from the batsmen of the Guyana Happy Eagles. That's a good late cut, taking it out of the keeper's gloves and just at the very last moment, just guiding it to the third man region for four good-looking runs. Look at it again.
So very delicately cut by skipper Leon Johnson. Just waited until the last moment and took it out of the wicketkeeper's mitt, and it raced down to that third man position for another boundary. That takes skipper Leon Johnson on to 39, and he's continuing his sublime form from the first innings. And when you consider this man who has contributed to West Indies cricket and Guyanese cricket, tremendously. You really want to ask yourself, is this the right time for him to leave? Because I honestly believe that he's been a tremendous servant, to Guyanese cricket on and off the field. And, it's going to be a tremendous loss indeed, to have the likes of Leon Johnson packing up, hanging his boots up.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be a great loss for the Guyana Happy Eagles. I'm sure they're going to do something special for him there in Guyana. They're the fastest growing economy in the world, so I'm sure he's going to get some sort of reward, both from the government and the corporate. But as my father always used to say, it's better for them to tell you to stay on than for them to ask you to leave. And there, a sublime cut shot that he gets into the 40s there, looking to eye another half century. He's back on again with the late cut. Jason Mohammed, he's only chasing to retrieve. Into the boundary fence. Beautiful shot there by Johnson as he continues to pile on the pressure, pile on the agony against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So the total now is a whooping 326 ahead, and the scoring now at a clip that will enable them to continue to dictate the pace in terms of when they believe that they've got enough.
Yeah. So back to the discussion in terms of the lessons that can be learned. You saw these two have a good partnership in the first innings. It was a like situation, 3 quick wickets, or 3 relatively early wickets, and then they went up a spot of bother in terms of it could have gone either way at that point. But they consolidated, started cautiously, and then they started to play their shots. It got easier the longer they were out there, and I think that's the lesson that the Trinidad and Tobago batters need to take. Sometimes you got to just play the deliveries, leave them alone, get your eye in, get accustomed to the conditions, both the overhead conditions and the state of the pitch, and then later on you're able to open up your kit, your shot kit, as we saw Leon Johnson with that exquisite late cut. Well, just on cue, we see Imran Khan. He's being given the ball.
Well, just reflecting back a bit, Gordon, in terms of what transpired in the, during the seventh session here, all 7 sessions, I think one of the differences between the teams has been the catching, because at critical junctures in the Guyanese happy first innings, we had a couple of chances going at begging, and had those chances been taken, one would never know, what would have transpired. But what the Guyanese have done really well, they've really taken charge of this contest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy by playing positively, and really driving home the nail in the coffin.
Trying to sweep there, pulling out the sweep shot there, Savory.
So the man with over 400 wickets for the TNT Red Force, and who's had a decorated first-class career as well, having played in excess of 100 first-class games for Trinidad and Tobago. You could never ask, enough of this man called Imran Khan. You just throw the ball to him, and you guarantee that he's going to give it his all.
Yeah, definitely. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be asking him to respond with a wicket here. He normally do. Getting a bit of turn and bounce there. Looking like there's something there for him.
The
sweep shot there, not able to get anything onto it.
Skipper Darren Bravo still trying to attack. He's got a slip, a short leg, a short mid-wicket, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, long on, and a man on the square leg, on the fine leg boundary. So Darren Bravo still looking for wickets here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, trying to stem the flow of runs here, but both Leon Johnson and Kemal Savory, they've had it all their way during day 3.
437 wickets. He will not add anything to that in this over as it comes to an end.
I'd like to say a pleasant good morning to John Ramsing out in Guyana. Compliments the 360 family here in Trinidad and Tobago. Pleasant good morning to you.
Yes, pleasant good morning to all. In terms of all those in the Caribbean and around the world, as we look at really cricket at its best, 4-day cricket at its best. It's been enthralling. It's not been the fast-paced wham-bam thank you madam of the T20 or the ODI, but it's been the type of game that really gets you enthralled, enthralled the true cricket lover, seeing the swinging over the pendulum. It swung one way, then the next, and now it's totally on the side of the Guyana Happy Eagles.
And that's interesting indeed, Gordon, in the fact that when teams are involved in a 4-day fixture or a 5-day test match, sometimes for 3-4 days nothing is happening, and an inspired spell of bowling or some exciting batting, from one who plays a special hand, really changes the course in terms of the direction of that game. So, here it's a different situation here where the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're really piling on the pressure here now. Skipper Darren Bravo, he's trying to keep, things pretty quiet with having his bowlers rotated, not trying to allow the batters to get too accustomed.
Well, I was just about to say that he's looking for answers, looking for solutions. We see Tian Webster. He's been changed around and he's coming from the southern end. I think that end may just help him to get the ball to straighten against the left-hander in terms of coming back into the left-hander. He's coming over the wicket and looking to pitch quite across with the angle and probably pitch and straighten. He's charging in. This edge, but an intelligent edge just finds its way through the slip region and down to the boundary for 4.
So a calculated late dab there by skipper Leon Johnson, identifying that there were only one slip in position, and he bisected that slip and that gully in position, and it races down to the third man boundary. So that takes the score onto 168 for 3, but more importantly, it stretches that lead to a whooping 332 ahead. And with every ball now, Gordon is becoming more and more, challenging for the TNT Red Force.
Yeah. On a personal note, Leon Johnson looking to get another half century. Of course, he has 41 half centuries. He'll be looking to add another here. He's on 48 from 91 balls. Another captain's knock, following up on his 63 in the first innings.
And how well, Gordon, he would love to win this championship and bow out, with a 6th championship under his belt.
Of course, it's always good to go out winning.
So I'm sure he will want to go out, if he's going to leave the scene, he'll want to leave the scene with great memories indeed, having played his last first-class season, and taking home that coveted trophy, that silverware back to Guyana.
Well, looking to spoil the party, to be the party pooper, it's Tian Webster. He'll try to pry out 1 wicket here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's been an unproductive morning for the Red Force bowlers. And a bit of effort rushed into the shot. Dear Johnson.
Yeah, Tian Webster bending his back there. That one just sliding on a bit quicker. Leon Johnson was beaten there for pace by Tian Webster. He was a bit late on playing that ball, but nevertheless, Guyana Happy Eagles, for the sake of the Guyana Happy Eagles, he's still there, and more importantly, he's carrying the fight, to the TNT Red Force team. And who else do you want to lead that charge other than your skipper?
He has been captain, fantastic for the Guyana Happy Eagles for a while. He's looking to continue.
So we see skipper Darren Bravo having a conversation there with Imran Khan, and I'm sure that conversation has to be about, exactly, what is the mode of attack in terms of the line, that he's going to be bowling to these left-handers. The stock delivery from Imran Khan is going to take it away from the left-hander. So you'll want to get those wrong ones, as well as the slider working as early as possible. In the first innings, we had a chat, both myself and Imran, and he was suggesting to me, because of the wind,
A good spot there. Johnson just long forward, playing it back to the bowler. Yes, finding that full face of the bat.
so Guyana on triple threes, 333.
That's the lead, 333. As Imran Khan continues from the northern end. Johnson long forward. Good bowling here. Nice, intelligent, tight bowling by Imran Khan. He's answered the call from his skipper. Again. So that's the end of a tight Imran Khan over as he tries to answer the call. At the end of it, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 169 for 3. Kemal Savory not out on 65. The skipper, Leon Johnson, on 48 not out. It's going to be Tian Webster. He's going to continue from the southern end. As the two batters meet mid-pitch, Imran Khan, of course, 437 wickets for him. 110 plus matches. Yes, Avery, he's just played his 3 games, 3 matches. He's on his high score, the highest total, his highest total thus far. He'll be looking to add a lot more to that as he continues to develop. Of course, his average will be improving with every game. A short ball, it's up in the air. Oh, he's just unable to get onto it. There, a good effort though by Imran Khan. Tian Webster would have hoped it was in the air a while. Look at it here again. Just dying before it got to him. But I think Webster would think that it was in the air long enough. But sometimes when the pull shot is played, you're not quite sure whether it's begin to run in or whether it's going to come to you.
So Tian Webster getting a half chance there. Imran Khan really throwing himself there to make that catch. Unfortunately for him, it died.
Well played there. Yeah, so Savory just. So you're seeing Webster coming in. John's just pushing it out. And that's going to be his half century. He gets back safely. Another half century. His 42nd half century in first class cricket. There, what a servant he's been for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
So skipper Leon Johnson is scoring his 42nd half century at this level, and what a servant he has been indeed. But in this game, he's really put his hand up and shown what a quality performer he is, and he's really basically taking the game away from the TNT Red Force.
Yeah, he came in on 2 occasions where there was the opportunity for the Red Force to push home the advantage, but he was able to bat his team out of trouble in the first innings, and in the second innings, bat home the advantage here really as they look to bat Trinidad and Tobago out of this game, looking to close the door on them.
So it's just a matter of how long they're going to continue, to pile on the pressure here.
So he's played 125 matches, 218 innings, not out 15 times. He scored 6,548 runs, the highest of 198, and getting his 42nd 50. He has 6 centuries to that. So his conversion rate, just not what he will want it to be. He want to convert a whole lot more of them, but a model of consistency.
Yeah, and that average just about 32 and a bit, as a leading player in the region, one would expect that, he would have liked to possibly take that closer to the 40 mark, Gordon. But, he's coming to the end of his career now, and I'm sure whatever he's achieved during his playing days, he'll be very, very happy indeed to bow out, and admit to himself that possibly he could have done better.
Yeah, individually he could have done better, but as a leader, as a captain, as a person who really sacrificed himself really for the team, making his team better than the sum of the individual parts. He's definitely been one who the Guyana people and the Happy Eagles, they would have been prouder for him to be their leader.
Yeah, having 5 regional titles under his belt. I mean, what more can you ask from your captain? You know, leading his country very well indeed.
Oh, I think that's the breakthrough. Allowed appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Unmoved umpire reefer. Let's look at it again.
So Imran Khan getting that slider to go across the left-hander, his stock delivery to the left-hander. You know, a loud appeal from Django, but umpire reefer was unmoved.
Straight back down. Be able to get a single.
Imran Khan doing some excellent job by taking a lot of piece of that from that delivery. Justin Manning doing the cleaning up at that mid-off position.
So it'll be interesting to see the approach now from Johnson. He's past 50. He's normally the ultimate team player. So you'll see from him the intentions of his team. And he's definitely seeing that he's looking to swing that bat a bit more.
Well, he's showing the intent that you would expect with a team in, you know, that kind of formidable position that the Guyana Happy Eagles find themselves now. They're really in the driver's seat, and you know, they're just looking to press on.
You know, with this mammoth lead, and we're just about 20 minutes before the lunch period. What would be your thoughts, Anil? Would you want to declare before lunch? There's cutting it. A chase there for Mohammed. He's putting on the afterburners. In fact, it's not Mohammed. It's Solazano who's been back on the field. Good work by him in the deep. But good running as well from the batters. They're able to get 3 runs.
Well, at this stage, I'm sure Leon Johnson would have in the back of his mind, you know, he'd really want to press the trigger here now, you know, going into this lunch and interval. Try and really, you know, take the wind out of these TNT Red Force feelers.
Well, this partnership on 96, and it's just turning that ball onto the onside.
But at this stage, they just seem not to be happy with where they are at this stage. They're still possibly looking, Gordon, maybe in the vicinity of 450. And if they were looking at that total,
450, you said?
yeah. Anyway, maybe 400, 450 somewhere around there. They will want to close the door on this game completely, and you know, just really pile on the pressure as much as possible. And with this formidable total that they have amassed thus far, what they can do consistently is have very attacking fields, you know, being placed when the TNT Red Force comes to bat in their second turn in this game. So a lot of pressure, both mental, you know, and otherwise, you know, is mounting here now. The bowlers, they've been out there, they've been toiling, they've been trying, but the sun continues to beat down on this pitch. You know, if one thing the TNT Red Force can take from what is transpiring here, the pitch is still very good for batting, and they will want to back their batters to come good in their second innings.
That's where I have a little problem. You're talking about 450, 400. I think that if the Guyana Happy Eagles, no, the run scoring has not been the easiest this morning here. So if they're going to get these runs and not leave themselves enough time to bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. I know in regional cricket you think that 3 sessions is enough to bowl out a team, but when you look at the Red Force team and their batting lineup, you're talking about reasonably informed Brian Lara.
But also you've got to take into the equation, if they allow TNT Red Force 5 sessions of batting, that's approximately 150 overs. Then a score of 400 at 4 runs per over is quite gettable as well. So I'm sure they will want to factor that equation in their decision making.
Yeah, 150, 400. If your feeling is set is set in an attacking way, so you'll start initially attacking in an attacking field. When you realize that the batters are going guns, you relax the field, and therefore they'll have to take risks to get those runs. So it's so if you bat too long, Anil, if you bat too long, it makes that the chase is out of the picture. It means to say survival is what you have to do. And then for quality batters, all they have to do is to bat for sessions. So they aim to bat likewise how the Happy Eagles, like they came out with the aim to bat for sessions. And then when we need our think tank to be always on top of things. Because it's not so much about maths, but it's also about the things that happen in terms of the immeasurables.
Yeah, but you also have to take the maths into consideration, Gordon,
Of
because
course.
because this game, as we all know, is a game of glorious uncertainties. Somebody could just sit down there, get a double, and then party done.
Now, how the question is, the double is the maths in it, right? That's 200 runs. How do you get a double? Because I could set my field accordingly. If I see initially, there we see some of the hierarchy. They're in red, having a discussion. Mr. Samaru there on the left on your screen. Not quite making out the other two gentlemen, but they're having a discussion there. They're probably deciding the way forward for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Or they might just be having a discussion of what they want to have for lunch as well.
Of course. So that brings the end of a T.N. Webster over to a close.
But I'm sure, before we know it, Gordon, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they gonna by their action, they're gonna tell us exactly how they're gonna continue to play, and it's not gonna be long before we see they're taking that measure as to if they're gonna declare or if they're gonna continue. My thoughts would be that they will possibly continue an hour into the second session, and then ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters to bat 4.5 sessions to either win the game or save the game. Now, having said that, the pitch is still in immaculate condition for batting. Now, what the TNT Red Force batters need to also take into consideration, they will also have to have that positive mindset. They have to continue to show that level of intent, because if they allow these Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers to really just bowl and bowl away at them, then I'm sorry, it's gonna be a uphill task.
Well, it's going to be Imran Khan. Yeah. We're going into the slip region. Not sure if it came off the bat or the pad. So, right, we're just having a discussion in terms of the likely scenarios and what they're going to be at the end of the day. The think tanks of the respective teams, they're going to make that decision. Right now, it's to Guyana to make that decision. But what interests me in terms of that's a good sweep shot there. Just putting out the sweep shot, Savory.
So
As it goes to 70.
So Savory not afraid at all to pull the broom out when batting against the spinners. And I like that ploy, because what it does, it really gives you that option, that scoring option when bowlers are bowling really, really tight.
Long forward, Captain Johnson just pushing it up on the offside.
So Imran Khan continues to toil away here at the Brian Law Cricket Academy. Not much happening here, I must admit. He's just trying to pry a wicket out before the lunch interval.
Just flicks it off the legs and they jog through for single. Goes on to long on. And they jog through. I think it's getting easier and easier as
So
the lead approach 350.
So Imran
And
Khan,
that's the 100 partnership between these two. 100 off 209 balls. So if we give putting on 42 in that partnership, and Johnson 54. And Savory again, just bringing out the broom and sweeping it around the corner. So I think he has decided that that is his tactic he's going to use against the wily Imran Khan.
And remember, in order to really perfect that sweep shot, you gotta really, get the length, in which to work with.
And that's the end of the over. At the end of it, the Guyana Happy Eagles were 181 for 3.
And they're just 5 short of that 350 mark. So what's your prediction here? I'm going to put you on the spot here, Gordon. You being the skipper of the Guyana Happy Eagles, you out in the middle, doing battle with the TNT Red Force. You're 345 ahead. What's your thinking?
Well, I think from here on, this morning I would have come to the stadium looking to get a 350, but I looked to get a 350 in a quick time. I have the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team an hour in the sun. Now as I've gotten almost to lunch, I'll want to give them an hour again out in the sun, and then declare to send them in for just about 45 minutes before the tea break, the tea interval. There are batting points up for grabs here as well. So I think they'll want to get some of the batting points, of course, 200 or 250 in the second innings. So they'll want to get some of those points as they look down the road. So I think all that is coming into the equation. It's just not a simple addition and subtraction equation, but an equation that has a number of different factors. As Tian Webster changing his line of attack, coming around the wicket. It's gone down the leg side.
So you being the skipper, Leon Johnson, would you be happy to allow your bowlers to bowl 130 overs in order to dismiss this TNT Red Force batting team?
Yes, most definitely. I think they've proven it already in the first innings. They're batting about 60. I think it's about 60 overs they batted in the first innings, somewhere around there. So I definitely would back my bowlers to get that done. I would back my bowlers to get that done. So let me get the exact amount of overs that they would have spent in the. I also have a wider range of bowlers when it comes to the variety. He likely used so. Yeah, they were bowled out in 52 overs. So judging from that, I'm asking them to bat double that amount, and knowing that my bowlers will likely use, besides my faster bowlers, I had a Sinclair was likely used. You also had a number of my bowlers that I still had in the hutch to use. I would definitely back myself for that. I would have tried to utilize some of the conditions. And it's a no ball, just overstepping there. Webster.
Something that you absolutely hate to witness, Gordon, from these fast bowlers, overstepping the front line.
Yeah, definitely. I think the game has gone on in terms of the development far too far. It's better you give up 6 inches on the front line, that you give up an inch over it. The different inciting for the batter is very minute. It means the cost of the delivery is too much. We saw it yesterday with Niall Smith bowling Jace Mohammed off a no ball. Jace Mohammed going on to top score for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, getting a even 50. And if it was the first no ball from Niall Smith, you would be able to accept that. But he had already bowled far too many when he bowled that no ball.
So this morning, I was having a conversation with Jason Mohammed, and he did say to me that, the 50 that he scored yesterday was one of the most difficult that he had scored in his entire career. it really needed, a lot of grit, a lot of determination, a lot of willpower, to be able to stand the pressure that was exerted by the Guyana Happy Eagle bowlers.
Well, that brings another over to an end here. A good delivery, beating the bat to all ends up.
So Tian Webster getting that ball to shape in, and at the last moment, it just went the other way, chip away. So excellent delivery to end the over. But the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are now well pleased at 183 for 3, with skipper Johnson on 64. Savory is batting brilliantly on 72. But when you look at the bigger picture, they are 347 runs ahead. How many more does the Guyana Happy Eagles need before they pull the plug on this innings?
I think it's not how many more now. I think it's all about tactical, being tactical here, trying to get.
Well, as it stands now, there's approximately 150 overs minimum available.
I think it's not only about just the overs, it's also about the condition, it's also about the mental part of it, the physical part. You don't want to you want to declare after the batters, especially your opening batters, would have been standing in the field for some period of time. They'll be baked by the beautiful sun shine out. So they would have been out there yesterday, and they would have also been out here this morning as well.
So you being the skipper, Leon Johnson, at this stage of the innings, you would have pulled the plug on the innings and asked the TNT openers to possibly go there and bat forwards. Is that what you're saying, Gordon?
Had it been quicker, had they gotten these runs quicker this morning, I'd have given them an hour before lunch. I would have given them some time after baking them for an hour this morning. That being said, as it is now, I'll bring them out after lunch and give them another hour in the sun again. Probably about 45 minutes, then declare, and with the changeover, bowl them for an hour before tea. So Imran Khan continuing from this to northern end. Happy Eagles getting closer to that 350 lead.
So they're just about 348 ahead. But you must give skipper Bravo a lot of kudos, because what he's done really well during the course of the session, the Guyana batters have not really ran away with the scoring, and I think that's one of the areas that he's been able to really apply some pressure back on the batters, in terms of giving himself the opportunity for them to bat for longer periods to get to that target that they so wish to get.
Well done, Shaki.
I think Bravo sledging the umpire. Let's look at it.
We're just having a gentle inquiry there from the umpire.
He was most interested. He was more interested than all the persons on the ground.
No. That makes it too hard. Keep going.
So we just about lunch here on D3, the first session, and it has been all the Guyana Happy Eagles. Apart from the first session on D1, the other 5 sessions really belong to the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yeah, they'll be quite satisfied. I think Leon Johnson batting for lunch here. It seems that they'll get in one more before the break. They'll be happy. They've made 80 plus, close to 90 runs. They have not lost a wicket.
So we could safely say at this stage here, Gordon, that the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've dominated 6 sessions of play out of 7 thus far in this contest.
Yeah, they've definitely won most of the rounds, if you could call it that. There were some really crucial moments. You saw the drop catch this morning earlier on that went a hand at Simmons at short leg. You would wonder how much of you know, an effect that will have in the match. But take nothing away from the Guyana Happy Eagles. They've been disciplined. They've bowled with a plan. As we see Jason Mohammed.
What I like about the approach of the Guyana Happy Eagles is that they've been consistently good in doing the fundamentals right for a very long period of time. You look at you look at the manner in which the bowlers approach things. You know, they're definitely clear as to how they want to execute and who they're going to execute, what line, what length, you know, and how they're going to approach those things.
Oi, Shadow!
They're able to get you for a single. They're looking for a good running. Good running there.
And
Just catching Uthman Mohammed being on his heels there at the backward point region.
And that's the evidence of youth to Gordon came out Savory telling his counterpart, I can get back there on time, you know, and really tightening the screws here now in this contest.
Yeah, he's had a good game. He scored 44 in the first innings, and he backed that up with a unbeaten 75. I think they'll want to allow him the opportunity to get what would be his maiden first-class 100. He's 25 away from it.
Put something in the cottage here.
So is it going to be about individual accolades or is it going to be about
Put
team?
something in the cottage
I
or
think
tree.
you got to find the balance between it, and I think the Guyana Happy Eagles, they have, should I say, the luxury of both time and runs, you know, to balance that and allow. And I think since he gets almost a mix-up, they always say don't run on the misfield.
So what I think is going to happen is they're possibly going to tell him during the lunch at the interval, look, we're going to allow you to bat for X amount of time, and within that time, you know, try and get to that personal milestone of your first class 100.
Yeah.
Oi, Shadow!
He definitely, it was this partnership in the first innings that really set the rebuilding of the Guyana Happy Eagles first innings when they were 33 for 3. And he just clips it up the one side, and I think that's going to be the end of the over, and probably we're going to hear over and lunch. Yeah, so the Bills are so at lunch here at the Marinara Cricket Academy. It's the Guyana Happy Eagles in the second innings. They are 183 for 3. The first session of the third morning here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's gone totally to the Guyana Happy Eagles. They had 91 without losing a wicket. They've also pushed past the 350 run lead. So at lunch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we have Kemal Savory at 76 not out. He's partnered by his skipper Leon Johnson, who's on 54 not out. We're going to the break. We ask you to join us in just about 35 minutes as we continue our coverage of the Regional 4-day tournament, Guyana Happy Eagles versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And pleasant good afternoon and welcome back to play on day 3 of this game between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this round 3 clash. At lunch, the Guyana Happy Eagles closed on 187 for 3. Not out batsman came out Savory, was on 76, and skipper Leon Johnson on 54. A session in which the Happy Eagles was a good one for them. They didn't lose a wicket in that session, and putting on some 91 runs in that session. So a good session for the Happy Eagles. And Gordon, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really and truly up against it. That lead up to 351. And it looks as though young Justin Manick would be operating from the northern end.
Well, good evening and welcome back after the lunch break. I said good afternoon, really, and welcome back after the lunch break. Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, their back is against the wall here. Let's look and see how they are going to respond. Very good first the session for the Trinidad and Tobago, the Guyana Happy Eagles, scoring 91 runs, not losing any wickets. A good partnership between Savory and Leon Johnson. Again, following up on their first innings partnership.
Right arm round.
They'll be looking to continue. Now it's just a question of how many more are the Guyana Happy Eagles going to look to post here. Of course, young Justin Manick, he's going to take up the attack from the northern end. He's gone wicketless thus far. He's gotten a duck as well in the first innings. So nothing to write home about in terms of this his first class match. But he'll be looking to change that around as he runs in from the northern end. He's up. Bang on target there.
Yeah, good delivery from young Manick to start with. So 2 slips. Goolie, backward point. Man out at the extra cover boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Man posted a deep backward square and a fine leg for the young Justin Manick. Well, it's actually 1 slip and a Goolie. Manick 4 overs, none for 13 so far.
So Trinidad and Tobago, I think one of the only things they would have won in this match was the toss. And they upped it to field.
This partnership again, Savory and Johnson together, putting on 107 so far. And in the first innings, they had a partnership of 97. So these two seem to bat well in partnership, in tandem.
Yeah, they've definitely put a value on their wickets. Young Savory getting 44 in the first innings. The skipper getting 63. Both would have think they should have gone on to get a massive 100. It was not to be. But, he struck at the pad, very close, but it's just sliding down, angling down. But Manick, right after the lunch break, really steaming in the youngster here.
Yeah, look at this one again going. I think this one might be a lot closer than we think.
Just going down the leg side there. You can see the foot just, yeah. But a very good shout. And Manick showing that he's up for the battle. He's into just his 5th over here. He's been lightly used. A lot of chirp.
Skipper Bravo trying to G up the boys.
The youngster steaming in. Nice running approach. Rushing the batter there.
Yeah, another good delivery from Justin Manick to begin with. 3 good ones from him. Consistently landing in those good areas would be the sentiments. I'm sure the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, Riyad Emirates, would be expressing to the young man.
Now he's got 2 more to finish off this over. He want to finish this over. It has been throughout did his play here. This going a bit shorter there. The batter able to just turn it behind square and jog through for that single to get the first run after the lunch break.
Yeah, always after a break, you need to just get back acclimatized to what's taking place. Feeling bat on ball. And for Savory, what a good knock this has been.
Yeah, he'll be eyeing that other 23 runs to get to his 100. So Manik here looking to steaming. Oh, he's short. Pulls it away.
Short
The fielder
delivery.
gets down and gets it. Only one.
Yeah, protection out there. Good fielding from Mohammed. Square leg boundary. Just a single. At the end of the Justin Manik over, just 2 runs in it. At the end of 66 overs, the Happy Eagles are 189 for 3. Savory not out on 77. Skipper Leon Johnson 55. Batsmen following up their good first inning scores with scores in the second innings as well. Savory, I'm sure he would be thinking about those 23 runs. And if he could get there, in fact, would be his first in first class cricket, first century in first class cricket.
You're two over here.
He's just had 3 matches under the belt. So he'll take that. He got a 40 plus in the first innings. So he's showing that he is consistent. He'll be wanting to continue and press on in his career. Address not only the locals, his local selectors at home in Guyana, but also the West Indies selectors. A number of young guys here looking to put their hands up to be counted. And while the young ones put their hand up to be counted, it's the experienced ones. Jason Mohammed, who's going to continue here at the southern end. And he's bowling there to the skipper, Leon Johnson. Johnson just pushing it out. Darren Bravo trying to get a breakthrough here.
Just some scores from the Queen's Park Oval. Leeward Islands Hurricanes just need a further 92 runs for victory. They are currently at 155 for 4. Kieran Powell not out on 75. And skipper Jamal Hamilton on 22. Back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. At lead, Gordon 353. Very, very daunting looking lead for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've come out after lunch, and judging from their intent, it seems like they want to bat a pretty long time.
Johnson looking to get the cut away, but able to beat substitute Kyrie Pierre, who's on the field.
I know Salzano was nursing an injury. Seems like he's gone off.
The end of the Jis Mohammed over comes down in a maiden one from him. Very limited opportunities for Jis Mohammed with ball in hand this match so far.
Yeah, normally, one of the bowlers that they try to put in just to get that that wicket. Not quite sure who Kyrie Pierre is on for.
Manik again to continue from the northern end.
Can he be the hero that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is looking for?
Good delivery. Nice quick single from Savory. Acres of room on that leg side. This time drilled. Back pass, Manik. That vacant mid-on area. And picking up boundary skipper Leon Johnson. Manik just getting a bit too full. And met with a straight bat by Leon Johnson. Picks up 4 good-looking runs.
So Manik, how does he respond? Good comeback delivery there. Still a bit too straight for me. These Guyanese batters show that they're good on the onside, all close to their legs. So I think you just want to bowl a little bit more outside the off stump. He's already coming around the wicket, so it's going to be tailing in. I've been hitting and straightening. Oh, he's
It's still a bit too straight from Justin Manik. Just needs to get his radar right. Leg by, signal by umpire Leslie Reefer. So a bit of an in-out feel for Justin Manik. Just a one slip, a gully, backward point on the boundary. Extra cover. A straightish mid-off, or a catching, yeah, shortish mid-off. Regulation mid-off in Goolie, mid-on. The backward square and a fine leg.
Quick single. They get through for it. So good running there by the pair. See if we're always interested.
It looks as though Gordon at Tian Webster is not taking the field after lunch. And the reason Kyrie Pierre is on for him. Not too sure what is the issue.
So Manik. So he finishes off his over and over, in which the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as I was told to pronounce it, you need to get the R in it. People I think it's Happy Eagles, so you say Harpy Eagles. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 196 for 3.
Just Mohammed again from southern end.
Do you think it's a time that you should just get probably a couple quick overs from the captain? I think he has the golden arm. He's able to get a lot of swing on the ball. These two batters seems to be going comfortably.
At this stage, with that ball, 68 overs old, I'm not too sure that he's going to get that amount of swing as he would get with the newer ball. And at this stage, young Justin Manik in operation. I would give him a few more overs, see how he goes. And of course, operate with a spinner from Well, in this case, the spinner is operating from the southern end. Another quick single.
I mean, I think it's just become a bit too easy. Seems
Shallow.
like they're able to rotate the strike whenever they want to, as the Happy Eagles get closer, inch closer to 200 in this second innings.
Another easy single. Kimmel Savory just eases this one to long on.
I think they're just milking it really. No real alarms for the batters.
Yeah, they've gone about their work this morning quite smart. Gordon looking back, coming out at
There's a
96 for
shot.
3.
Oh, it's gone. One bounce into the fence for 4. Beautiful looking shot there by the skipper, Leon Johnson.
And with that shot, the 200 comes up for the Harpy Eagles. Short delivery, rock back, pull it into that vacant mid-wicket region. And 4 runs the result. So Johnson goes up to 65. And that lead now up to 367.
Partnership 123. Yes. Banging that one into the cover region.
Nice.
So at this stage, Gordon, game just drifting along from a Red Force perspective.
Yeah, that's what I think you see.
Nice boy, Shallow.
Now, you may be lacking firepower in terms of the bowling of Seals, Phillip, Shannon Gabriel, Terence Hines. You may just be lacking that top line firepower. But sometimes in the games, as also in life, you got to shuffle the pack. You got to bring your changes, ring your changes regularly. As you see some of the bushfire just around the Branlara Cricket Academy here. Of course, it's dry season. It's not been one of our dry seasons, but within recent times, you know, and it's only take a couple days for the whole place to get brown. Within recent times, it's definitely the earlier rain that we would have had in early January into February has evaporated, and it's down to the action-packed time of the dry season. But you got to shuffle your deck. 2 quick overs here, over here, and another over there. You know, just not necessary trying to bowl your bowlers in spells. Remember, you don't have your top line, if you should call it that. No disrespect to the young Justin Manick and the likes, but so you want to just shuffle your pack. You know, you saw Bravo bowl himself. You probably just want him to bowl 2 quick overs. Goolie, 2 quick overs. Of course, we've got the very experienced Imran Khan. You know, he could probably bowl a couple overs as well. But you want to shuffle what you have so the batter is not able to really settle. But he's getting good carry, showing good clip there.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of tactical change you got to. You can't go with the traditional because you don't have a bowler who could do like Kimo Powell did yesterday, where he actually took up an end and bowler extended probably about 600 trot, you know, and getting wickets at regular intervals as well. Or Vesamic Pomal who will give you 4 on a trot, 4 or 5 overs in a trot. So you just got to mix it up, force the batter to think about it or a shot. For a moment there, it looked like it was going to go to Mohammed there at the cover region. So that's the kind of tactics that you got to use. You know, you got to go away from your traditional tactics because you realize that you can't blast out the opponents. The wicket is not offering much. You know, what you saw early on the opening day, which would have caused the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team to edge, but it's kept down and it's gone through the slips.
Yeah. Something we've grown accustomed to today. Edges going through the slip. Nice bit of shape from Justin Manick. And Leon Johnson able to keep it down and in the gap. And it goes down to the third man boundary for 4.
I think he will be encouraged, though, that ball did not hit the middle of the bat. It was not a purposeful shot.
Yeah. Looks to be a change. Darren Bravo looking to plug that gap. Just asking Jet Goolie to go into a bit of a second slip. So they're taking out the fine leg now in Imran Khan and asking him to come at mid-off.
Yeah, I agree with that. You're seeing that Manick is getting some sort of movement off the pitch. The batters have not looked comfortable against him in this spell. They want him to repeat that sort of delivery, and then he just goes into the pads and plays into acres of space, and they're going to cruise back for 2.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, his experience of Justin Manick just showed there. Had 4 good deliveries outside off stump, where the batsmen were in a bit of 2 minds and they weren't playing at those deliveries, allowing it to go by. Previous delivery was a good one, induced the edge, and went through the gap. And this time, just strain, getting too straight, and being clipped off for an easy 2.
Yeah, that's some of the patience that needs to be shown by the fast bowlers. The young fast bowler, he's not lightning fast, so he has to just choose that spot on the pitch. Yeah, that's it there again.
Yeah, just like that. Repeatedly. Put that on repeat.
Yes, definitely. Well, that brings the end of his over. At the end of the 70th over, it's the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're 210 for 3. Jamal Savory, Kimal Savory, sorry, he's on 81, and Leon Johnson on 72. Seems like a serious case of ethnic after the lunch break.
Yeah, you must have enjoyed that lunch.
Yes, it was good lunch. I must say we had some Chinese style lunch today. Chicken and noodles, compliments to the chef.
So a change from the southern end. Brian Charles replaces Jason Mohammed. Charles 16 overs and none for 44 so far.
Yes, Brian Charles claimed the 3 in the first innings. He'll like to repeat that. The skipper throwing him the ball. He'll just want to break this partnership. This partnership accounting for 130 runs. So a large partnership, both in context of the innings and context of the game.
Come on, Brian.
So Tion Webster back on the pitch. Good delivery to start with from Brian Charles.
Bang on target.
Brian Charles have bowled a bit unlucky this innings as well. A lot of deliveries have gone past the edge of both batsmen. Just like Mohammed this morning. Bowled well, lengthy spell. Just not able to prize out any wickets. Savory solid as a rock, as they would say.
Definitely. Seeing that he's focused, he needs 19 more to get his first class 100. Just clips this one up on the onside.
Goes up to 82. And skipper Leon Johnson not far behind him. 72 for him.
You know, Leon Johnson normally goes at a fair clip, but here putting in a captain's lock. Tactics, you know, I don't want to call it strange tactics, but you know, it's tactics, good cricket tactics though. You know, in terms of taking your time and ensuring and bat out, trying to be out of the game. But you know, for the lovers of the excitement in the calypso cricket, they would have preferred the Guyana's Happy Eagles to come out this morning and wave the bat in the air like it's carnival time, and they just don't care, and get some quick runs, insert the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, and then throw down the gut to them. But the Guyana Happy Eagles have been, within recent time, dominating the 4-day tournament. And this morning they came and they are showing why. Because they're using tactical, doing away with the emotion. You know, we in the Caribbean, we like to see ball and bat, ball hit bat, ball and stumps. But they've come out and you've seen the intent.
We like the exciting part of it.
Slavery, 82 from 179 balls. And skipper, just a little better run rate.
Strike rate.
Strike rate, 72 from 141.
Easy single for Kemal Savory.
And Slavery.
Just breaking his wrist on that one, getting it into the leg side gap.
And even though he's on 82, he's still showing sharp running between the wickets. Always up for that quick single. Manic.
Yeah, Bravo really getting behind Justin Manick. Youngster on debut. Definitely has to work for his first class wicket.
Yeah, he's been made to work for that first class wicket. I'm sure it's going to be a memorable one.
Yeah, definitely.
How good it will be if it's the captain, Leon Johnson. So he'll be dreaming here. And this is what all the young cricketers, when they first pick up that ball or that bat, dream of. Representing their country first, and then of course the West Indies after a slower delivery, hitting the very toe of the bat. Johnson looking at his bat.
At this stage, Gordon, where nothing is really happening for bowlers on a length, you see balls going past the outside edge, balls hitting the pad, appeals going up. Would you be tempted to go to some of your variations, some of those slow deliveries,
Yeah, that's about
Yorkers?
You're seeing that with the young man here. You know, the problem with variations and the longer version is your field setting. But
Quick single again.
he's showing that he's thinking. That's Manic. You saw him with the slower full delivery. It was hit on the toe of the bat by Johnson. So you're seeing that he's thinking, he's trying something. But that's what you got to do when the conditions doesn't favor your bowling. When not only the physical conditions, the state of the ball, etc. What you got to do is to find a way to create some measure of doubt. It's all about creating doubt in the batter's mind. But when you have a field that is set, a 4-day field, you know, you may just bowl a slower ball and he just pops it over the mid-off or the mid-on. You know? Likewise, you may just be going for that Yorker. He may get the edge past the French cut, or he may even, you may just go over pitch.
Well, at this stage, I don't think it's going to hurt to try. Nothing is going your way And he really looking and going in search of a wicket. And
Yeah, most definitely. I think you'd assess the conditions and you'd realize that you need to use it, go to your variations. You need to bring out your bag of tricks. What will happen though? The more experienced bowlers will do it. The youngster may just be, a bit shy to really try it. Try a slower ball, it goes wrong and he's thumped for 6. He also hasn't been given leeway in terms of the number of the overs that he's bowled, in both innings. So these are the things that may just be playing on his mind.
so at the end of 72 overs, it's 215 for 3. Overall lead of 379.
And these two batters are really looking like they want to get the personal milestone. Savory just 15 away. His skipper 27 away. It's going to be Johnson. And he just pushes along, pushing it back to Charles.
Very good, Brian. Very good, Brian.
He's down the track. Loud cries of catch it. Aerial for a while, but safe.
But just to take a look at the bowling card of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Webster with 11 overs. Imran Khan, just 10 overs. 1 for 28. And perhaps Imran Khan could have been bowling a lot more overs. The experience of the man. And what have you. The number of wickets he's taken, over 440 odd wickets at first class level. You toss the ball to Imran Khan and ask him to weave his magic.
Yeah, most definitely. It's something that I think the management of the bowlers, the think tank, they just needs a couple question marks in terms of who bowls how much and bowl when. But it's no real secret that the Trinidad and Tobago team just lacking in terms of in the bowling department, to no fault of their own in terms of there are injuries. Of course, you want to say that if you pick a player, because there are other players in the country, so if you pick a player to bowl, then you got to throw the ball for him. You got to let him bowl, at least prove himself. So that over's come to an end. Again, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're just cruising here on cruise control. Manik looking to continue.
Yeah, but personally, I would like to see Imran Khan bowl a lot more. Just 10 overs, 1 for 28. And, considering there's 2 left-handers in, he got a left-hand out yesterday in Matthew Nandu. He's bowled a couple overs today, and he's been on spot. He's been on song. I just left to wonder.
I think in modern cricket, there's they make a lot about matchups, and we'll continue after this delivery. Manik there on target. They make a lot about which bowler to which batter. You see it even at the higher level, where of course the technology comes into play, and you would hear this bowler would have gotten this batter out a number of occasions, and as that batter comes to the wicket, the ball is thrown to this bowler. But I think we forget the good old cricket, where good balls get batters out regardless of who they are.
Yeah.
And good balls drop in the correct spots on the pitch can get wickets.
This time Savory's punching in the gap And he's going to come back for an easy 2. So Savory just inching ever so closer to triple figures here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. He's on to 88. Now just 12 short of what would be, if he gets there, what would be a well-deserved century, and means that he would convert. If he gets there, in fact, Gordon, that would mean he would convert his first 50 into 100. So his conversion rate would be 100% if he could get there.
And the man looking to avoid him, to prevent him from getting there, is young Justin Manick. How good it will be with him being on debut to get either one of these batters out, especially at this stage where they definitely seem to be tightening the screws here. He's pulled 3 decent deliveries thus far. Let's see how we can finish out the over. Continues. Force the batter to play.
Yeah, fuller delivery there from Manick.
And there you can see Bravo and Khan just having a discussion at the lower ends of your screen. Bravo coming up and just talking to the umpire as well. The discussion between Bravo and Imran Khan may just be about getting Imran in. Imran Khan just returning the ball there to Manick.
And what are your thoughts on how the pitch at this stage is playing?
I think it's an excellent pitch. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it is definitely a batting paradise out there. I think that's one of the things that the Guyana Happy Eagles were a bit wary about in terms of allowing Trinidad and Tobago too much time, to set a total and then allow them a lot of time. They may just feel that with a point to prove, and at home, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force may just find that other gear to be able to chase down anything in the over 300 or even close to 400.
Down the leg side from Manick. Good take from Django. Manick over comes to an end. 74 overs gone here. 219 for 3. Overall lead of 383. How much more do the Happy Eagles want at this stage? I think it's more about Gordon at this stage. Kimmel Savory
and Leon Johnson. I think both of them are going to be allowed to get to their 100 or get out. I think it's going to be about personal milestones, because also tying into the team tactic here. I think the tactic is to allow the Trinidad and Tobago batters to get some time in the field. It comes, you're out there, your legs will be tired. We would have stood for all of 2 hours this morning, then a 3rd hour this evening. So I think as soon as these 2 guys get to their hundreds, that will bring the score to just about 430 plus. The lead to just about 430, around close to 450. I think the declaration will come if 2 of them are to get to their respective hundreds. And I think the Guyana Happy Eagles, they definitely showed why they've been able to dominate the 4-day regional tournament.
I think when you look at Guyana, Gordon, they are producing time and time again some good top order batsmen. Appeal is going up. Nothing doing from umpire Chris Wright. Yeah, they're producing some good top order batsmen in recent times. We look at Tej Narayan, Chandapol. We see young Kimmel Savory. Leon Johnson even had a go at Test cricket. Just did 9 Test matches for him. So There was another guy, I can't remember his name at this time, but I think he played 2 or 3 test matches for West Indies. Another one of those Guyanese middle order batsmen.
Go, Charlie.
So they're producing some good batsmen. You know, batsmen who show that fight and stomach to bat long. Brian Charles' over comes to an end. And I think we're going to have a double change.
Well, in a short time, the change pair doesn't seem to be ready. That's Mr.
Yeah.
Anil Lakan, yes. Anil Lakan and Vinod Mamchan. So it's a double change from the commentary box here as we welcome Mr. Vinod Mamchan for the first time today. And welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan.
Change the bowler. Right arm round.
Thanks a lot to Kadir and
That's middle, Kimon.
of course Gordon
Welcome.
Lakan. Had a long stint today as I welcome Anil Lakan.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to you, Vinod. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners out in Guyana.
Bravo still continues to get that ball to swing, and the swing away from the left-handers. And Kimal Savory, 88 of 191, has never scored a first-class half century, and he's heading to a century now. So that's something that he may have some butterflies in the tummy at this point in time.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's going to be nervous times for him, you know, getting closer and closer. And normally that kicks in, normally when the batters get into the 90s, the nervous 90s. So we'll just have to wait and see how he navigates during this procession of play.
He's faced 192 deliveries, so he's showing that he has no interest in looking to be ultra aggressive. So a lot of jeering going on outside there. Here's Bravo again.
But I must tell you, Vinod, that I'm a bit surprised at the manner in which the Guyanese batters have gone about things in this morning session and continuing in this second session. One would have thought that by now they would have started to pull the trigger a bit, you know, and really, you know, put this game to bed.
Well, it's a situation here, Anil, that they know that we're experiencing a bit of a drought here in Trinidad and Tobago. We haven't had any rain, so they're probably telling themselves they know that they have the entire last day tomorrow, and of course they have some time this evening as well. I'm getting the opinion though that both these men are playing for milestones, which is unfortunate. You have a match that you can win. I think you know that nowhere Trinidad and Tobago can get that score. I think this Trinidad and Tobago should be batting by now.
Yeah, and one has to take into consideration, you know, the amount of time that they will want to allow their bowlers to operate as well.
Usman Khawaja would have loved to have been a Guyanese. So it's 219 for 3 years. Bravo continuing.
That's over.
Bravo 6 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket.
Let me go, man. Let me go. Let me go.
His only wicket being that of Kevlin Anderson, who he has gotten in both innings in this match. But it's sad if it's indeed a plan, a ploy by both batters to try and get to 100. Now the question begs to be asked: how long is it going to take to get to that coveted 100, and how much time is going to eat away from this game as well?
You can hear the close infielder saying another maiden Brian.
So the TNT Red Force they wouldn't be too bothered by what is taking place. Every over, every hour, every session that erodes from this game, it's only gonna just make it a bit more.
Well, a chance there, and it would have been a spectacular catch by Manic as Johnson advanced down the track. Of course, the pressure telling on him in terms of Django saying dot, 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 dot. He then ran down the track, and look at that. It would have been a spectacular catch had Manic gotten to the rebound.
Yeah, having done some work with with Manic, he really takes his cricket seriously. And he does pride himself by doing extra work in terms of catching and fielding. So it's no surprise to me that, we see efforts like that from this young man.
Well, Django continues to just provoke the Guyanese, saying dot, dot, dot. They get a single though here.
Thank you for paying.
So still 47 overs and a bit remaining in the day's play. So just about halfway stage in this third day's session. So I'm just thinking to myself, possibly if the Guyanese batters were to bat this entire session, then they would really be looking forward to bowling out Trinidad and Tobago in 4 sessions. Do you think that's going to be enough?
Well, he's gone, is he? Yes, he is. So Johnson's vigil finally ends. Another fine catch at a short leg, forward short leg by Keegan Simmons. And look at it. Initially, going down the track, when he reached there, he decided he was going to play on the onside. And by that time, he would have gotten straight in line with Keegan Simmons, who again stayed low and was able to bring up the catch. So another catch for Keegan Simmons at forward short leg, and the partnership of 141 finally broken here. Take nothing away from Leon Johnson. He has really looked the part. Kemal Savory. He has really looked the part, and he will then leave not with his first 100, but with his first half century in first-class cricket.
So excellent innings from Kemal Savory, only in his third first-class game, and he's showing a lot.
Well, in fact, it was Johnson who was out. Our scorer seems to be having fun at our course here, Anil. It's Johnson who is out. And he still has, well, Savory is there at the moment on 89.
But we can confirm it is skipper Leon Johnson who has departed.
Johnson who has departed. Savory is still there. And, you want a young player like Savory really batting long and reaching here. You almost want him to get that century.
But looking at the context of the game at this stage, there's really a lot of time still in this game. And I'm sure the Guyanese think tank, they will want to give him every opportunity to get to that, special moment, which is his first-class 100. How long is he going to take to get it? Nobody knows. But bravo. And what we're witnessing now is that Bravo is taking that bold step, that he's going to take the responsibility to bowl on one side of the pitch. So there's 5 people on the offside. There's an in-out field. So even if he does go through the gap, there is some protection for him. So they're going to really test him mentally here, Darren Bravo and the TNT Red Force team.
So it's a 6-3 field. Sammy drives, and as Anil is saying, there is protection down on the point boundary.
But I'm a little bit surprised from the Guyana Harpies Ting Tang that Kevin Sinclair has come out and not wicketkeeper Bramble. You would have thought at this stage of the
One
game,
time over.
you know, someone like
40 time.
Bramble, you know, this would have been like the ideal platform for him to, in terms of launching, you know, that scoring rate.
Well, given the current score, I don't even think they need a further run to defeat Trinidad and Tobago here. It's going to be a huge task for Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's already a very uphill battle indeed. And as I look to my right, those apple trees seems to be suffering, you know. Is it because of the drought that your apple estate is under?
Driving. It's time. He gets one. Kevin Sinclair. He's off and running. Had a half century in the first innings.
I don't know you, but
So when we look back, when we just look back at what transpired yesterday, you know, TNT Red Force, they didn't really help themselves, you know. A couple of soft dismissals, if I may say so, you know, at least 4 or 5 guys getting in and getting out at critical moments.
Bravo is not happy as that's 4 byes. Let's have a look at that again. Django is standing up to him.
So that one just hitting the surface and really skidding off, scooting along the turf there. But I'm sure Django will not be a happy man because that's going to be credited to him. And it's every wicketkeeper's dream, Vinod, you know, to go into a game, you know, without conceding a bye. So I'm sure that those are the kind of standards that, you know, Django will want to emulate. But he's taken the safer option, which is to stay back, which I think is very, very important. Because late on day 3, we would expect that this surface here at the Brown Cricket Academy possibly will start playing a bit of tricks.
Bravo. Outside the off stump again. As you said, Anna, he's employing an attack outside the off stump. He's trying to also get into the head of Savory.
tell me come up, West Indies, tell them come up.
So it's more of a mental battle here than anything else, you know. They're going to keep working him out just outside the line of the off stump. You know, asking him to come with hard hands to try and get into the gap.
Very good delivery there by Bravo. And you look at Bravo bowl and you see the valuable as the bushfires continue here in Trinidad and Tobago. And one hopes that we can get some respite pretty soon, Anil. As I was making the point about Bravo and his bowling, and you look at Kyle Myers and the contribution that he makes as well as a batsman in the West Indies team that turns his arm over. I don't see why Bravo can't be doing the same thing. I think that he needs to back himself. He does not back himself as he should. And you look at his figures every time he bowls, and they're not bad at all.
No, and, you know, he's got something that, you know, that's special in my view, and that is his ability to swing the ball. And once you've got that ability, and you could add subtle variations with that as well, you are going to become a handful. And with his experience playing international cricket, you know, I'm sure he's going to be very clever in terms of how he goes about working out batters.
Remember what's that there, bro? Stay right on it, right. And up on top.
So it's going to be Brian Charles.
I'll also like to extend to the listening public as
Catch him
well.
now.
Driving, gone. So another wicket. One leads to another. Brian Charles has struck again. And Guyana, they've lost their 5th wicket. Sinclair, there was no need in hanging around. Sinclair was going to play his shots. And he goes, the bat turning in his hands as he looked to play expansively through the offside. And Sinclair has to go. So it's 227 now for 5.
Well, Brian Charles did really well there, if you know, is that he followed Sinclair, who was trying to get just outside the line of the leg stump, trying to open up the offside. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get the elevation to go over the mid-off fielder.
So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
So we are back here live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's day 3, session 2 of the encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Guyana Happy Eagles. At this stage of the contest, the Guyana Happy Eagles are well pleased with a lead of over 390 to the good. So I welcome back Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
So it's going to be Bramble. He is off and running. Bramble is a dangerous man to have in this situation. If he's a right man for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I honestly believe that this situation is ripe for the likes of Anthony Bramble, because he really, is one of the most destructive ball strikers around the region.
Well, Brian Charles won't mind having the opportunity to continue to bowl because he is under the radar for West Indies selection. He's definitely up there, and he will want to continue to show his wares. Roland Butcher is here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, the West Indies selector. At the Oval, we have Sir Desmond Haynes. So it's a situation where Brian Charles won't mind if Guyana bat for the entire day.
Anything around.
And of course, he will want to continue, to put wickets into that wickets columns as well, which will definitely, put him in a very good place.
That's an excellent delivery, and it was outside the off stump. And what type of shot Savory was trying to play?
Well, it's clear now that mentally it's getting to him, that he's not really having the luxury anymore of having it his way in terms of rotation of the strike. So he's really now, battling. And I'm just asking myself for a moment, Vinod, was that a stumping chance went a bag in there?
Well, we might be able to see that. Savory's on 90 of 207 deliveries. Johnson, he got to 75 of 158. Brian Charles has been special, 2 for 50. Now, those figures don't really reflect how well he has bowled.
Yeah, in both innings, I must admit that Brian Charles has been one of the bowlers to suffer via some drop chances, which has really not helped the cause of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
So I made the point of Diane Bravo fitting a little role at the higher level for the West Indies, coming in at times and bowling a couple overs as Kyle Myers does. And look at that, 7 overs, 1 for 14.
Yeah, so I think his bowling, possibly in his view, is possibly underestimated.
And it's in his view, you're quite right. He just does not have the confidence. But the guy pulls some seriously good deliveries at times. I think what he needs to do now is to get one to go the other way. Because everyone and their grandmother knows that he's bringing the ball back into the right-handers.
Well, it's ironic that you make that statement, Vinod, because this morning he was having a candid discussion with Coach Riyad Emrit.
Well, the dog, first for 1 second there, Anil, the dog is running across. I don't know if he's taking a message to the Guyana outfit that, they should probably declare at this point in time. Even the dog wants to see some sort of action.
Yeah, so just coming back to the conversation this morning, he was having a candid conversation with Coach Riyad Emrit in terms of his position, his wrist position in being able to execute that outswinger. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of effort from Darren Bravo, in terms of him trying to get that wrist position in place to get that ball to shape away as well. And if he does have that capability, he's going to be a handful.
It's a bad delivery this time.
But the scoring at this stage is of a very pedestrian, rate, and one really wonders what is, the plan from the Guyana Happy Eagles, going forward.
Well, I think they may well declare if Savory gets his 100. Other than that, they may well look to bat until T, give Trinidad and Tobago 5 sessions to get 400 odd. 4 sessions, yes, it'll be 4. Yeah, you're quite right there, Anil. And
but
Savory gets 1 more. He inches along to 91.
But the question now, the conversation now, Vinod, is 120 overs is going to be enough. Now, when we do the assessment of what has transpired thus far into day 3, this pitch is still very good for batting. And I haven't seen just yet, the pitch playing any tricks whatsoever in terms of the ball staying down or the ball spinning alarmingly. So I'm sure that they're trying to be a think tank. They will be taking that on board as well.
Oh, beautiful delivery there by Bravo. Trying to set Bramble up. He had 2 that went straight on, and this one again coming. That one actually moved away a bit and then snaked back in after it passed the batsman. How do you play that, Coach Handel?
You just have to count your lucky stars.
Wow, what a delivery. Here is Bravo. I struck on the pad, he's gone! Leg before. I could have called it from here, Anil. And Bravo strikes 2 for 16 for the right-hander. And look at it. Well, anyone could have seen that. I think someone at South Park also appealed.
But I'll just let you on a bit of history as well. Darren Bravo bowling for Queen's Park had a 6-wicket haul against Power Gen. So, he does have that ability, that wicket-taking ability. But Anthony Bramble, what were you doing there? He was trying to sweep Darren Bravo. And it couldn't have been more plumb than that.
End of the over. Kimo Paul is the new batsman, 230 for 6.
So Kimo Paul strikes out to the middle. So the Guyana Happy Eagles, they now lead by 394, I make it. So just 6 away from that psychological figure 400. How much mentally does that how much mentally is going to play on the TNT Red Force batters? One will only have to wait and see. But from a game perspective, really and truly, it's just getting further and further away from the TNT Red Force. But what I'd really love to see in the second innings from the TNT Red Force batters is really showing that grit and determination and that fight. Because they are in contention to win this title, and if they bat really well and are able to come away with a draw in this contest, that would be, to me, a really fantastic effort from this batting unit.
It's going to be Savory to face from Charles, who's in the midst of a very good spell.
But Savory has gotten himself into a state now of, mentally he's not sure how to navigate going forward.
Ouch!
Should he?
Oh, he's down. I think that one struck him on the knee.
Yeah, very painful blow indeed. But knowing Brian Charles, he's a yardie. He's going to keep and go again.
He's up already.
He's one of those tough characters, you meet on the cricket field. Doesn't really give up easily. He's always up to the challenge.
Go, Chalo.
Beautiful delivery. He edges, has he? Not out, says the umpire. Well, Django was very, very confident. Let's have a look. No, it definitely passed the bat. No edge there. Savory is having some anxious moments in the 90s here.
But what is interesting with that delivery, we are now seeing that the ball is starting to spin. That ball shaped in and spun away from the outside edge. So I'm sure the likes of Sinclair, he would be having a good look at that.
Sinclair, Pumal and the likes.
Get him here, Chalo.
Oh,
So,
Savory dangerously goes back onto the back foot.
so is it a case now, Vinod, where the footholds now are going to be an integral part of what's going to happen for the spinners?
Well, probably tomorrow that may come into effect, but for now, the footmarks are not really pronounced if you look at the track there. So I don't think it'll come into the effect for this innings. Probably late today, early tomorrow, you'll start to see those impressions a little more prominent. And then they might be able to extract some sort of assistance. Was he dropped? Not seeing it there at all was Keegan Simmons.
It's
Did Savory get a chance? Let's have a look. He is pushing forward. Yeah, definitely a chance. And Brian Charles could have gotten 3 in no time there, Anil.
Yeah, but it's always difficult. You feel sorry for the likes of Keegan Simmons there. You know, he's in that crouch position, and when it takes the inside edge, it sometimes could balloon where you can easily access it. But what happened, they took the inside edge and went up and over. So having to get from that stationary position there, in that stooping position, you know, to get up there, you know, it went past him before he could react. But again, Brian Charles, you know, creating some anxious moments here for Kemal Savory.
He coming this side or this side? Coming back or coming wrong? Coming wrong.
So the mental battle is going to continue here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Darren Michael Bravo, having loads of experience both at the international and regional level. You know, he'd be testing this young man to the hilt.
Well, I know you're very close to the setup, Anil. What's the idea with Darren using Michael? I know that's his middle name on the back of his shirt.
Well, I'm not too sure about that situation. It's something that I will have to get some more info before I can comment on that, Vinod.
Well, he has bowled well, 2 for 16.
And what he's doing really well here, he's really playing the mental game, keeping the ball away from Savory.
Struck down the ground. Nice shot there by Savory, and it goes for 4. That'll ease the tension a bit. He goes to 96.
So just one hit from a brilliant 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is Kemal Savory. And I'm sure all his supporters, his family, all his well-wishers in Guyana, you know, they would be jumping for joy if he does get to that special moment in his career. He's only in his 3rd first-class game, and, you know, it speaks volumes, you know, for the system, you know, the system in Guyana, which, you know, you look 40, 50 years ago, they continue to produce batsmen of the highest order, you know, both regionally and internationally.
Yeah, Guyana has been an integral part in the West Indies setup. Bravo, let's see what he has in store for Savory now.
But you know, having looked at Savory batting in both innings, there's something that this TNT Red Force team has seen in this young man, that they believe if they bowl to him straight, the possibility exists that they could get him out either bowl or LBW. It has not worked just yet, but they continue with that ploy to bowl him straight, you know, to try and have him play around his front pads to get those modes of dismissals.
What I think has triggered that is the fact that Savory's in the air. It's in the air just over Mohammed. And he is running away. Would they come back for 3? Yes. So Savory goes on to 99 now. Savory all of a sudden has just decided to attack Bravo.
Well, I'm sure that, you know, he wants to get that monkey off his back by getting to this special moment, that 100. You know, I'm sure, you know, he would have had, you know, butterflies there with that ball going up in the air. But luckily for him, he was able to clear that fielder at that extra cover position in Jason Mohammed. So he's just one away from
No
a
problem.
very good
It's middle and off, Kimo.
100 here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. It's going to be his first first-class 100 at this level. And what a time to come good for this Guyana Happy Eagles batting unit.
It's an excellent time. Guyana, of course, leading the standings. Trinidad and Tobago, they're third. And Barbados, they were second coming into this round of matches. Well, we think Barbados, they're really struggling at the Oval. We will get an update on that soon for you. And Trinidad and Tobago will want to fight back here against the Harpy Eagles. Good ball there by Bravo.
You know, Barbados in their second innings, they were batting 59 for 1 and being bowled out for a very low total of 78.
Yep.
What happened at the Queen's Park Oval, no one could say.
So you can see the wind that has been prevalent for this entire match, keeping the flags fluttering.
And I'm going to put you on the spot here, Vinod. With the total just going past that 400 mark, you being an integral part of this Red Force team, what's going to be your approach? How are you going to approach batting second in terms of, one, the total is in excess now of 400. What is it going to be a case where you're going to try and fight fire with fire, meaning that you're going to take a bold approach, aggressive approach, or is it a case that you're going to take an approach where you're going to allow the batters and them to try and just survive? What message you want to be sending to your batters?
Well, I will play it session by session. Obviously, the target seems way beyond their reach, but I will play it session by session. I'll play it hour by hour, or even half an hour by half an hour. Let's stay together for this half an hour. It's all about survival, but you don't want to get bogged down. That's 100 there for Savory. It's a first-class 100, pushing it away on the offside. And the young man has hauled in 100 for Guyana. Very proud moment for him and for the people of the Republic of Guyana. And I'm sure that it's the first of many to come. 219 balls with the 5 fours and a 6.
So many congratulations to this young man from Guyana, and I'm sure this is only the beginning of a lot more to come from this young man, Vinod.
Well, he has scored 100 against a very good Trinidad and Tobago outfit. So it's going to be Kimo Paul, who's another one who can hit the ball.
So I'm sure Kimo Paul is not really going to muck around now. He's really going to pull the trigger immediately. But Brian Charles, you know, he's a skillful operator as well. Seizing the opportunity to get into the pads of Kimo Paul, taking the levers away, you know, and I believe is the best player at this stage.
Backing away, as you said, looking to get runs. He's going to get at least one here. It peels off the outside edge. Imran Khan runs around. So that's one more.
So very intelligent from Brian Charles. You know, assessing the situation really well in terms of what Kimo Paul wants to do. And following him. So are we going to see the likes of Kimo Savory now, you know, changing gears, you know?
Well, he scored 100, and I think he has gotten enough time to get to that 100, 219 balls. So I think he will want to cash in now and see if he can help his team's cause by getting some quick runs, and he's trying that.
But the question, you know, I am thinking about is, when is the right time to declare?
Well, I think that time has gone. The right time has gone.
But what are the Guyana think tank thinking in terms of?
This time is struck away. That's a mighty blow for 6. And we know what Chemo Paul can do.
Because I mean, they have achieved everything that they wanted to in terms of a batting perspective, from a scoreline, and it really intrigues me, to say the least. Why is it that they're still continuing at this stage?
Well, they continue, but not us. We're going to have a double change in the commentary position with Khadir Mohammed and Gordon pair coming on board.
Welcome back to the Brian Lar Cricket Academy here for the Trinidad and Tobago's response to 412 set for victory by Guyana. Guyana, of course, scoring 247 for 6 declared in their second innings. And Anel, 412 for victory. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a mammoth total, to say the least. But one just have to look at the approach from the TNT Red Force batters in terms of how they approach, chasing that total. So when you look at what's remaining in today's play, it's 38 overs plus 90 tomorrow. So 128 overs is what the Guyana Happy Eagle bowlers will have in order to bowl out the TNT Red Force team.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force starting with the usual pair of Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solozano.
But what's important for both these openers, not just to survive, but to keep that positive intent, in their approach for the entire duration of this innings, the fourth innings of this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first mode of operation for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would actually be get through to T without any loss. I'm sure that would be the sentiments from Coach Riyad Emirates to his troops, to his opening batsmen. But of course, the Guyana Eagles would have other ideas about that.
Yeah, so it's going to be, it seems it's going to be Niall Smith who is marking out his run-up.
It seems to be an issue with the brand new ball.
They're possibly not happy with the field, so they'll ask the third umpire Sandy, to bring out another box of new cherries, the Duke.
It looks as though Ronsford Beaton would be operating from the southern end.
So the Guyana Happy Eagles in the driver's seat here at the Brandon Cricket Academy, setting the TNT Red Force a mammoth total of 412 for victory. We could almost put that out of the equation here, could you? I think it's more a case of the TNT batters trying to save this game more so than really approach this total.
Definitely, it's a case of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as I've mentioned before, trying to get through to T without loss, and then probably just take it session by session, break it up into smaller chunks. But, well, it's going to be Ronsford Beaton from the southern end, Jeremy Solozano on strike, and it's 3 slips, a gully, backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg. Very attacking field set to start with. The entire cover region is open. And of course, Ronsford Beaton would have had the handy figures of 4 for 31 in the first innings when Guyana bowled. So Beaton with the first delivery to Solozano. Delivery outside off stump as Solozano just watches it go by. Not a bad start from Beaton.
So Beaton bowling with 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, short cover, short mid-on, a fine leg, and a fine leg. So skipper Leon Johnson, he would have the luxury, of having a lot of attacking fields for an extended period of time because runs on the board.
No ball from Ronsford Beaton. First runs on the board for TNT Red Force. And the Guyanese bowlers in particular, Niall Smith and Beaton to an extent, had an issue with overstepping the front crease.
Well, they'll want to put that. They will want to put that right in the second innings because Niall Smith had the unfortunate situation where he crossed the line and he had Jason Mohammed bowl all over the shop.
Yeah, early on he had Keegan Simmons, who was dropped off on no ball early on the Red Force's first innings.
But because it was a no ball, it would not have counted had the catch been taken as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying that he created an opportunity from a no ball.
So the Guyana Happy Eagles, they will want to finish this game and continue their dominance at the top of the table.
Not much carry on that delivery from Beaton. Pitched and just skidded through to wicketkeeper Bramble. But I think, Anil, from a Red Force perspective, a lot could be learnt from the way the Guyanese, the Happy Eagles, went about their innings. Played it very smartly. Of course, played to their strengths. Wait until the ball was in their zone before they could really play a shot. And they occupied the crease for quite some time. Of course, Kimmel Savory getting to his first class 100, a maiden one. Skipper Leon Johnson with 74 as well.
So we want to take the opportunity to congratulate that young man, Kimmel Savory, on a brilliant 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's his first at this level.
Once for Beaton, changing the attack, the angle. He's going from around the wicket. And that line from around, the ploy from around the wicket to the left-handers caused a lot of problems for Solozano and Simmons, in particular in the first innings. Felt that they had to play a lot more.
Well, it's a challenge from a technical point of view. And the reason why I say that is because when the ball is just about on that off-stump line, sometimes you could be, unsure as to if to leave or play at the delivery. So that angle from around the wicket does really create, a dilemma for these left-handers.
Yeah.
In terms of their judgment.
Definitely. So no runs off the bat yet for Solozano. Wider delivery, which he's letting go by. So the first over comes to an end. It's a 1 without loss. Ronsford Beaton completing the first over.
So a lot of work to do by this TNT Red Force batting unit in order to come out with something from this game. And it's 127 overs still to be bowled. What the Guyana Happy Eagles will want to do is immediately make some inroads in this TNT Red Force batting lineup.
Niall Smith pick up the attack now from the northern end.
Right arm over to you, Keegan.
Niall Smith had a wonderful bowling spell yesterday where he's getting that ball to hoop around alarmingly.
Yeah, Niall Smith, a man who can cause some problems for the Red Force batsmen if he can consistently land in that fuller area, that 4-meter area. He's getting that ball. His natural angle is to take it away from the left-handers.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what lengths he's going to be bowling to these left-handers. Is he going to go up, try and pitch it and go across the left-handers, or is he going to go hard lengths?
Good delivery to start with from Niall Smith. Just pushing that one across Keegan Simmons. So 3 slips, a gully, a backward point.
Yeah, man.
Short mid-off, mid-on.
And for general information, Kadir Leon Johnson, is also part of the Central Sports, a family, having represented Central Sports for many years as well. So, Leon Johnson is no stranger to the Central Sports setup.
And definitely he had some good stints with a number of clubs in Trinidad. This one is straighter, and Keegan Simmons is off and running. Tucks this one to fine leg and runs what beaten. First runs off the bat for the Red Force.
Hey!
Very attacking field, and likely so, rightly so.
Well, the target being in excess of 410 for victory. You know, skipper Leon Johnson, he has all the luxuries at his disposal in terms of he could continue to have aggressive field placements, you know, for the entire third session, as well as the duration today, you know, and all of tomorrow as well. And if at any point in time, it just seems that the TNT Red Force batters is getting away a bit, he can take the opportunity to have in-out fields, you know, to ensure that, you know, he keeps, you know, the scoring rate in check.
Yep, most definitely. But from a coach's point of view here, Anil, what would you be saying to Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solozano at this stage, going out there to bat?
Well, they will have to bat the way they know how to do the job, and that is to back themselves, back their talent, back their ability, you know, to get the job done for their team.
And this time the appeal is going up, and the finger is raised. Jeremy Solozano has to go without scoring, strangled down the leg side. A delivery that was pitched outside leg stump started to come back, and a tickle from Solozano. Smart catch taken by Anthony Bramble, and the TNT Red Force lose their first wicket with the score on the 2.
So excellent catch there. Anthony Bramble moving smartly to his left there and really throwing his frame and holding in that ball. So TNT Red Force, not the start that they would have wanted in pursuit of 412. Unfortunately for Jeremy Solozano, he has to leave.
Jeremy Solozano, poor run of form continues for the TNT Red Force, and this time he has to go without scoring. Just 15 in the first innings for him. Not the best of matches for Jeremy Solozano, but that brings to the crease the captain of the Red Force, Darren Michael Bravo, to the crease. So what a good start from the Happy Eagles.
Well, it is the ideal start, if you ask me. You know, skipper Leon Johnson, you know, he would have echoed the sentiments that it's important to pick wickets with the brand new cherry. And Niall Smith has really, you know, raised his hand and give him an early breakthrough here.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries from Niall Smith, but he's able to get a wicket with it. You know, it was a delivery that was outside leg stump.
And Niall Smith, as we all know, you know, is very highly rated here in the West Indies. So I'm not surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at all, you know, sooner than later we see him being part of that West Indies setup.
Darren, 4 to come. Sorry, 2 to come.
Yeah, I think Niall Smith was involved in a training squad, a West Indies training squad previously. So he had some experience with the West Indies team.
And he had played a couple of seasons in Trinidad and Tobago with the Cosmos Sports Club as well as our resident sports club in Barkpore United Sports Club as well. He had a season with us as well.
So it's Smith to Bravo. Down the leg side again, and Bravo just getting inside the line and watching it go by to be taken by Anthony Bramble. But I'm sure this wicket now is going to G up the spirits even more of the Happy Eagles.
Well, I'm sure with that early wicket, you know, it has really ignited, you know, the Guyana Happy Eagles team out in the field. It has given them that, you know, that burst of energy.
So Niall Smith with just one delivery to complete his first over. And we see a change in feel as a short leg comes in play for Darren Bravo.
Oh, yeah, get it, Nandu. Get it, Nandu. Good work, good
That's
work.
over.
Good delivery from Smith to end. A successful one for Niall Smith. At the end of 2 overs, the TNT Red Force in pursuit of 412 for victory at 2-1.
So Jeremy Salazano not troubling the scorers in the second innings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Being strangled down the leg side. A nothing delivery if you ask me. But, you know, compliments to Anthony Bramble taking a specky down the leg side, moving smartly to his right and diving away and holding in that ball.
And you know, Anil, as a batsman, when you're out of form, things generally don't go your way. You know, that delivery was a nothing delivery, a little bit more bat in it, and could have just tickled it fine and you know, could have picked up a boundary, but wasn't to be. But he's beaten again for his second over. Simmons just allows this one to go by. Guyanese buoyed with that wicket, early wicket. Exactly what they would have wanted. Skipper Leon Johnson continues to lead his troops well. Continues to marshal his troops, ringing the changes. Setting some attacking, very attacking field sets.
So Beaton is bowling with 3 slip, a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, forward short leg, and a short mid on.
Do you think, Anil, playing positively could really be the way to go on this surface? Being very positive in your stroke play?
Well, I think you've got to show intent as a start. Being very aggressive may not be the best method, but you've got to show intent because any cricket game you are involved in, it's about scoring runs.
Short delivery from Ransford Beaton, not troubling Keegan Simmons.
So Beaton really taking the opportunity here just before the tea interval and really bending his back here.
Yeah, very important phase of the game this time, just before tea.
And it's indeed a very tricky situation for any batter, you know, to be batting just before interval.
Well left by Simmons, not flirting with danger outside the off stump. The first innings batted well, and then just probably a lapse of concentration, just was pushed his bat at one and offered a catch to third slip.
Yeah, but it was extremely good bowling from Kimo Paul. Give him a good working over outside the line of the off stump, and then serving that sucker punch, that full and wide delivery, asking him to play away from his body, and he obliged and hold out into the gully region.
Good fielding from Pumal, veteran Versami Pumal, getting down smartly to his right, not allowing any thoughts of a single.
But good intent from Keegan Simmons. That ball was pitched up, he just leant on it. And an excellent piece of fielding from Versami Pumal at that extra cover position.
Beaten over comes then, and the third one, a maiden, 2 for 1 score after 3 overs. Of course, Keegan Simmons would have been coming off some form in our local club cricket. He would have had that 100, I think it was last week. So, in some form is Keegan Simmons. You definitely want to carry that form in this innings.
And I just want to expand on that a bit. If at any point in time, you know, he needs to come good, you know, the TNT Red Force batting group, you know, they will want him to raise his hand, you know, and take responsibility, you know, in doing the bulk of the work, if I may say so.
Yeah, definitely. What a better way or better situation to put your hand up when your team is really up against it.
Well, I'm seeing a ploy being employed by Niall Smith, and it seems to be very intentional indeed, and that is to bowl Darren Bravo on about that leg stump, because as we all know, he does have that tendency to move across to the off stump. So basically, sometimes he exposes that leg stump. So I'm seeing that Niall Smith, yes, he's going to try and go across him, but I think he's trying to dismiss him by possibly bowling him behind his back.
Yeah, he's coming across again. Wait on the signal from umpire Reefer. It's leg buys. But I think, I'm not too sure, Anil, if Niall Smith is the right one to do this sort of stuff. Because his strength seems to be swinging the ball.
Yes, 2 legs.
And he was swinging it
Middle legs.
nicely away from the left-handers, both left-handers in. But there's a ploy when Bravo is on strike. There's that bad pad in Matthew Nandu, and Pumol, who was at mid-on, would have gone into a square leg position. And now he's choosing to come around the wicket to Keegan Simmons. Full delivery and met the full face by Simmons.
But it's important for Keegan Simmons to keep the scoreboard taking over as well whenever that scoring opportunity arises.
It just would be very interesting to see the presence of mind with Darren Bravo when he's on strike, and the manner in which the Happy Eagles are trying to set him up with those two fielders behind, well, in the square leg region, and the bat pad.
So it's clear they're trying to get him out, strangled down the leg side, or possibly bowl leg stump. I'm surprised though that there isn't a leg slip in position if they want to continue to bowl that line to him.
Some interesting tactics, mind games by Leon Johnson.
Well, you could see that analyst Kishava Ramphal has been doing a lot of homework on these TNT batting group.
Down the leg side again from Niall Smith.
So the ball doesn't seem to be doing much at this stage. So it's late on day 3 now, session number 2. Just about 10 minutes away from the tea interval. But with the lush outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the ball is being kept in extremely good condition.
He's just pulling his bat inside the line of that delivery. Just a leg by in that over. After 4 overs, it's 3 for 1.
So it's going to be Darren Bravo who's going to be battling the likes of Beaton.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup here, Anil. Just wait to see the field set for Beaton, who has that element of some extra pace.
Well, what I'm seeing here is Kimo Paul. Beaton is giving way to Kimo Paul.
So again, ringing the changes, Leon Johnson.
And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all because Kimo Paul is a skillful operator, and they possibly just seen something that they believe that they could work with just before the interval.
We see Kimo Paul. He's playing some mind games with Darren Bravo.
Well, they would have known each other, having represented West Indies, on various occasions. So they both know each other very well, and I'm sure that, it's going to be banter to the end. A lot of mind games.
Yeah, I just like for Darren Bravo to be very mindful of the tactics on show here by the Happy Eagles.
Well, there's absolutely no forward short leg in place.
No forward short leg in place, as you mentioned. So 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, short mid off, a mid on. There is a square leg and a fine leg in place. So no bat pad being employed here. Down the leg side again from Kimo Paul. And this really seems to be a conservative effort on the part of the Happy Eagles to try and strangle Darren Bravo down the leg side.
But what we are not witnessing is that leg gully being employed. If that ball does get big on Darren Bravo, that leg gully could come into play. But they've gone for that short square leg.
This time, French cut. Just a single, flirting with danger a bit there. Darren Bravo, he gets off the mark. He's just playing a bit away from his body.
Leg.
It's so strange, Anil. Change over in innings and things begin to happen when the Red Force were bowling. It looked as though for a huge portion of it, and nothing was really happening off the surface. And immediately now we're seeing things beginning to happen for the Happy Eagles.
Well, I must admit that the TNT seam bowling, is not the most experienced at this level. So hence, that's one of the things that you've got to consider. When you look at the likes of Ronsel Beaton, Niall Smith, and Kimo Paul, that those 3 seamers is of the very highest order when it comes to regional cricket.
No ball from Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul is a very smart operator, very skillful bowler. Has the ability to move the ball both ways. Able
And
to
he's
hit the seam as well.
Well, what is interesting is that he's adopted to go to bowl over the wicket than round the wicket. He's getting that ball to angle away from the left-hander. Going hard lengths, but I'm sure sooner than later he's going to throw up that sucker punch where he's going to bowl that delivery, which is full and wide outside the line of the off stump, asking the likes of Keegan Simmons, to have a go of that booming drive that he loves playing.
Yeah, definitely trying to lure him into a false shot. Yeah, this one just kept going away from Simmons. At the end of 5 overs, it's 5 for 1. And we're coming very close to tea time here on day 3. In fact, it is tea time on day 3. So this second session comes to an end with the Red Force at 5 for 1, losing the wicket of Jeremy Salazano, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Niall Smith for no score. So Anil, at this stage, the Red Force would require another 407 for victory as we go to the tea break. And we'll be back with you very shortly after the interval.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Taruba in southern Trinidad. It's the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're up against it. They require a further 407 runs to win this one. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in their second innings, they are 5 for 1. Darren Bravo and Keegan Simmons, the not-out batters, both of them on 1 not-out, as they get ready to take the field on the third day, in the third session here in this the 4-day tournament in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to pair together with me, Mr. Vinud Mamchan. Vinud, here at Trinidad and Tobago, they need to bat this entire session, at least the first hour after the tea interval, without losing a wicket if they're going to stand any chance of saving this one.
Yeah, Gordon Payer. Well, Roland Butcher is here, and he, of course, is the West Indies selector. And Darren Bravo is trying to apply for a position on the West Indies team again. And it provides an opportunity for him to really address Butcher and the other selectors, and in the interim, try to save his team. Now, I don't see any devils in the track. The track has held up well. Earlier on, when Anil was here, Anil, who's a favorite in Georgetown at the moment, when Anil was here, he was speaking about a rough outsider left-handers off stump. I'm seeing just surface scratches. It's nothing really pronounced, where the spinners could come into the act later on to even trouble Bravo, who's a left-hander. So I think with proper batting, taking a page out of Savory's book and Johnson's book, what Bravo needs to do here is to bat like Leon Johnson now.
Yeah,
his opposite number.
Yeah, definitely. I think he needs a captain knock is needed here from Darren Bravo. He's been in good form recently in the regional tournament, coming into this game as the leading run getter, scoring 261 runs from the first 2 matches. But it's a whole different ball game, and you're starting from 0 here. Well, he's starting from 1 after the tea interval. He's up against Niall Smith, who's going to be coming in from the northern end, and Bravo would definitely need to bat long. I think he'll have to set himself small targets, and the first one will be to get to the next water break without being dislodged. He'll hope that his partner at the other end, young Keegan Simmons, also stays with him. So it's Bravo facing up here.
He's into Smith. This one keeps a bit low, and having said that there are no devils in the track, all of a sudden one misbehaves. It keeps low, but Bravo was quick to get down on it and to keep it out, Gordon. Let's have a look.
We can start play low. Just stay straight, fellas. Gotta stay straight, fellas. Attack them stumps,
Jumping around there, Bravo. It's 46 against 46. Niall Smith wearing the number 46, and Darren Bravo also sporting the number 46. So it's the 46 up against each other. Niall Smith, in the first innings that he bowled, he was having a no-ball problem. In fact, he bowled Jason Mohammed quite early in his innings off a no-ball.
He's quick, looking to strive for swing there, going too wide. He did get the ball to swing late, but it was too wide. And Smith, of course, want to say good afternoon to all our viewers, firstly in Trinidad and Tobago, and then Guyana.
Well, the Guyanese public, I think their tails are going to be up. They, of course, came into this competition, into this match, leading the standings on 28.6 points, and they have picked up a number of fast bowling points. They also pick up a number of batting points, going at over 300. So they.
That's a beauty of a delivery. Yeah, that one just touched down and took off. And let's have a look at that there, Gordon Payer. Smith coming from a wrong wicket, hitting the deck hard, and that one straightened on him. Bravo expecting that to come in with the natural angle, and it just pitched and straightened on him. Good delivery.
Yes, good delivery. After you saw how Leon Johnson and Kemal Savory played this morning, you think that they're batting on a totally different track there, because a lot of bounce and carry there, and the ball before kept a bit low.
Again, striving to swing, encouraged by the previous delivery. That one pitched right up. Bravo just coming across. So 3 slips a gully, mid-off, all on the offside. And on the onside, you have forward short leg, a straightish mid-on, and a long leg. Now, Bravo, it has been well essayed that he has problems with the short delivery coming into his body. So I'm very surprised that Smith hasn't employed a leg gully with so much runs available. I would have taken out that mid-off fielder and put him at a leg gully, or I might have been tempted to take the square leg and put him at leg gully. Now, if he removes the mid-off from his position, it means that no one is in front of the bat on the offside. I'm playing with 400 runs. I have 3 slips and a gully, and the ball is swinging. I'm going to encourage Darren Bravo to drive.
I think they may just be a bit cautious. You know, you saw the...
Cautious with 400 runs, Gordon?
Yes, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they would have come out this morning, and the way they batted in terms of the patience they've shown, the application, because they could have come and try to get some quick runs and get it over with. They would have thought that they've bowled out Trinidad and Tobago in the first innings, just 52 overs.
Bravo fanning at this. He has to be careful. He's getting runs here, though. Of course, not in line. Just fanning the bat at that. It's going down to the backward point boundary. And the attractive left-hander has 3 to his name. So the score goes on to 8. First runs after T. And Bravo keeps a strike. It's the end of the over. More thoughts from Gordon Pear.
Well, I think it was a good over. First up after the tea break, you saw Niall Smith. You saw his what he was trying to do. He was looking to pitch on and about off stump, looking for the ball to angle in and then straighten. He bowled a beauty that beat Darren Bravo all ends up. The field set, though, for that short delivery. It never came in that over. But it's going to be Kimo Paul, and he's going to be coming up the hill, if you can call it that, from the southern end. And you're going to expect to get that short ball. Kimo Paul just a couple clicks faster than Smith. We saw Darren Bravo in the first innings for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just turning one off the hip and being caught at forward short leg. So there you see the players, the mid-wicket, as well as the man coming in just alongside the umpire, a backward square.
And that's key. He's not with the umpire. He's at backward square, as you rightly said. And that's for the delivery that Bravo could fend to him. 2 slips for Kimo Paul, not the 3. Struck outside the line of the leg stump. Bravo coming across. So a decent crowd has built up on the northwestern stand here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. Decent, I say, relative for 4-day cricket.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But it's a Friday evening. It's a Friday evening here in the Southland, and of course they are cricket lovers, yeah, and they've come out to support the cricket. Some of them Casper, really. And it's a beautiful looking drive. A la Brian Lara. It's going to go very close to the boundary, and he jogs through for 2.
Yeah, Bravo wants to feel that ball onto that bat more regularly, and once he does that, he's going to grow in confidence, and this is what you want to see from the left-hander. He has been in a rich vein of form in the regional 4-day tournament, 2 centuries already, but he came back home and struggled a bit in domestic cricket. But he is a class act, and he should be able, and I think he's going to rise to this level as they're playing regional 4-day cricket again. Remember, 3 rounds this week, next week, and the following week, and then we'll see who lifts the title. Whoever lifts the title, then go to Antigua, and in Antigua they will come up against the West Indies A team and an emerging team.
Well, the Barbados Happy Eagles, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've put their nose in front in this tournament thus far. In another game in Trinidad and Tobago, the Leeward Islands coming from behind to clinch a win at the Queen's Park Oval.
Congratulations to the Leeward Islands and Kieran Powell. Fantastic century.
Yes, he definitely. After they considered a huge first innings deficit, coming back strongly with the ball. Big rack. Raheem Cornwall.
Racking them up. To say thanks to Kadir Mohammed of Mohammed's Meat Shop in Diego Martin for bringing coffee. I'm sure he's going to bring. I wonder if G1 Lal Suku wants coffee as well. Yes, so Kadir is going to sort him out. Kadir is giving everyone coffee except Anil Lak, and I don't know why.
I think he has the same problem the folks following in Guyana have with Anil.
I was thinking I have to do to all my friends in Guyana. This is pulled away imperiously for 4. Short, and Bravo rocking back on the back foot through mid-wicket for 4. Confidence growing.
Yes, definitely a class shot there. It was a bit short by Paul. He rocked back and pulled it in front of square.
When Bravo bats like this, cricket looks pretty.
Yes, definitely. He's looking good, but he'd have to look a whole lot better to get past this 400-plus runs.
I think he'll have to look 10 times that. That's only 10 at the moment, but he's looking good. Normally, Bravo has issues at the beginning of his innings. You're not really seeing that at the moment. One brute of a delivery that would have given any batsman problems from Smith just got past the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. And other than that, Bravo has been pretty solid.
Well, it's going to be Smith to continue. He's up against Keegan Simmons. Simmons under pressure, I think, even for his selection on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Of course, Purana, not Nicholas Purana. The other Purana, Camille Purana applying pressure on the 2 openers in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, putting up his hand to be part of this Red Force setup. So Simmons will definitely want to get a good score here. He want to battle through with his skipper.
And Smith, look at Smith's figures. 3.11, meaning 1 for 4. Smith, although he is pretty pacey, he's also a very accurate bowler. You know, we looked at him in Antigua in the opening rounds, and I tell you something, there is a lot in Smith that you can work with.
And but he's straight onto the legs and he's clipped away into the boundary fence.
The commentators curse.
4 good-looking runs there from Simmons. It's going to provide him with a bit of confidence.
Smith 2 straight on that occasion. And just the 2 guys to beat on the onside. And that was 4. I think what will be an acid test as well is when Permal comes on to bowl. Permal has been a champion in first-class cricket. And that is going to be a battle. Now, I've never seen a track at the Brandland Cricket Academy on the afternoon of day 3 look as solid as this. So there is still a lot for the batsmen in there. Smith will have his work cut out.
Yes, definitely. I think that is what the Guyana Happy Eagles took into consideration this morning when they really took their time to force that build a solid, lead, because you thought they would have come in this morning and just waved the bat around. They have some heavy hitters, Bramble, Paul, etc. But you saw the intent of Leon Johnson together with Savory was to spend some time at the wicket.
Well, your compatriot, Arnold was saying they should have gone all hell for leather from this morning. I don't think that was the right approach. The approach that they took, I am still thinking probably they could have declared a little bit before, but I understand the rule of what was happening. I understand the rule that Savory was playing. That's a no ball by Smith. That Savory was playing. And this is a young man who had never gotten a first-class half-century. There was an opportunity for him to get a century. And that, to me, is bigger than the context of an hour. Because I'll tell you why. That will do that young man so much good. I think you told me, Gordon, off air, they're already celebrating him in Guyana.
I
They're
heard
calling him the Prince of what? Essequibo?
Essequibo
Of
Prince.
Essequibo. Lovely place, Essequibo. Have you ever been there, Gordon?
No, I've not been there, but I've been told that a beautiful place that is.
It is, and of course the fare, the food is even better. I've been across the Essequibo River.
Well, when you go on the internet, though, I think breaking news all over the world. The fastest growing economy in the world today, the Guyana economy. I think I need to look for some citizenship across there.
Well, I was told that someone should sponsor me. Well, breaking news as you're speaking about that, the United States has been stripped as co-host of the 2024 T20 World Cup. And that, to me, is breaking news. Which means that, well, unless it's fake news, we're getting it from news18.com. We have to make some calls.
So another no ball, back-to-back no balls by Niall Smith. He had that problem in the first innings. I think it cost his team a bit of runs. He got Jason Mohammed. He bowled Jason Mohammed early on in his innings. Jason Mohammed, after that reprieve, was able to bat on for making an even 50. So Smith went wicketless in the first innings. He's already addressed the wicket column, but he will also want to address that front foot. Beautiful comeback delivery.
As beautiful as a Sunday morning at the Starbrook Market. He just lured him into that shot, and it tempted him. It tantalized him. And as he came forward, Gordon, he decided to change direction. The ball, that is.
Yes. So their tails up here, the Guyana Happy Eagles, as they look to press for victory here on day 3 of the third match, to the wrong match.
I'll put you on notice if you're from the west of Trinidad, having had this coffee, Mohammed's Meat and Poultry Shop. They're going to add Mohammed's Coffee Shop soon.
Over.
End of the over. At the end of it, it's 20 for 1 after 8. Remember the Red Force, they're chasing a small matter of 400 runs.
Well, it's a long way away as you see the scorecard there for Ghana Happy Eagles this morning. They batted and they scored 247 for 6 declared. Kemal Savory 101 not out, and skipper Leon Johnson getting his 42nd half century. He was 75 not out. So 75 he was out. He followed up his 63 in the first innings.
What I like about Johnson, he's going to retire at the end of this season, but yet, sometimes guys are looking to retire and you can see their performance, really taper off. You're not seeing that from Johnson. He's still contributing. And then, Guyana have a lot to thank this young man Johnson for.
He's provided leadership for this team. But it's going to be Paul changing and it's short again and it's pulled away.
So there's an obvious trap for Bravo. There's a square leg on the boundary and deep backward square also on the boundary. So Bravo was aware of that. And rather than play the full-blooded hook shot or pull shot, he just guided it more than anything else, turning the risk over it.
Yeah, Kimo Paul here changing the angle. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handers. He was quite impressive in the first innings.
Paul.
Good carry through to the keeper. Able to generate upward of 140 clicks. So he's able to just hurry the batter.
Kimo Paul, his pace could be deceptive at times.
Turns to the top of his runner. Simmons is not yet ready to get into his stance. And it's flicked down to the fine leg region.
Well, that one rushed him.
Able to get a single.
Red Force require further 391. They're 21 for 1, which means they're chasing 412, Gordon.
I don't think they can even allow the mats to get into the equation. I think it's all about survival first.
I think they just need to bat time and see how things play out. It's a good batting track still.
It's definitely a good batting track. I think the Guyana Happy Eagles, they proved that on the opening day when they scored 324 all out on the opening day. That's a lot of runs to score in one day of a 4-day match. So they're showing that this track, pretty decent one. It's a good looking shot there by Simmons. Finding the middle of the bat. Front order batters love to get the ball in the middle of the bat. Love to feel it coming off the middle of the bat there. This partnership just 22. They want it to go to 220. They want to multiply that by 20. By 10, sorry. My maths teacher almost woke up from the dead there.
So this one comes back in, keeping a bit low again, inside edge. And the Bravo continues to battle here. Well, you're a teacher.
So
What happens to the best of us?
so at the end of that keeper ball over, the Red Force in pursuit of 412 to gain victory. The 24 for 1. Bravo on 12. Simmons on 7.
So Smith to continue his 4 overs so far, 1 for 10. And he is going to continue that battle with Keegan Simmons. So all the experienced batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has to step forward here. Guys like Jason Mohammed, who got 38 in the first innings, has to come big. 50 in fact. He has to come big here, Mohammed. President of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Azim Basara, is across in the VIP section there. He's surveying the cricket. Didn't see your good friend from the TTCB today, Amar Samaru. Did he come a-calling?
Yes, he is there. He was out on the balcony. You're seeing one of those empty chairs that you're seeing there on the screen. He was there before.
Oh, yes. He's to the back. He's just behind the glass there.
Yeah.
Yes. Good guy, Amar Samaru.
But it's Smith looking to steaming here.
Nice high elbows shown there by Simmons. A hard worker, Keegan Simmons.
I think he'll want some of it to pay off here today.
There's a saying that there's no one in the Caribbean who works harder than Guyanese. So the Guyanese bowlers will be up for the task, Gordon. Have you ever heard that?
Yes, I've heard that repeatedly. But as I said earlier today, I was quite impressed with the think tank and the strategies of the Guyana Happy Eagles. I think they're applying tactics. You're seeing what they're trying to do, and the players are playing to the plan. Just turned off the hip there. They just cruised through for 1. On the opening day, when they needed to, after losing 3 quick early wickets, they saw the consolidation between the same pair, Johnson and Savory. Then when they felt they had broken the shackles, you saw the acceleration later on with Kimo Paul, Bramble, and of course Sinclair, pushing them over the 300 mark. But it's Smith up against Bravo. And he just clips it over the legs. One is all they'll get.
Boys, keep going, boys, keep going, boys.
So Smith will want to finish off this over strongly. He's not been as consistent as the other Guyanese bowlers in terms of choosing one spot on the pitch. You'd see Paul, he's been the model of consistency. But it's Smith.
Again, a bit too straight there from Smith.
Yeah, just string into the pads.
I'm wondering if he's bowled some wonderful deliveries from around the wicket, deliveries that are straightening from the natural angle and they're creating problems. But I'm wondering if for a delivery or two, he should consider going over the wicket and push it across the left-hander and see what happens.
Well, we know on this fine batting track, you'll have to use, all your guile to get batters out. You'll have to use the angles, change of pace, all your variations. You're not going to blast them out strictly with pace.
That's a better line, much better line. Bramble appreciates that. It's the end of the over, and at the end of 10 overs in the TNT Red Force innings, they are 26 for the loss of 1 in pursuit of 412. I take my leave, and you will be joined by the man with the coffee shop.
Well, we'll wait for Kadir to join us as we get ready to see Paul. Paul is going to continue from the southern end. Those familiar with South Trinidad, the South Park end, if you can call it that. So it's Paul into Bravo. Bravo just getting back and pushing it into the cover region. So welcome back, Kadir. The game, an interesting passage of play in this game.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gordon, and good afternoon to you viewers all over the Caribbean and in Trinidad, Guyana, wherever you may be. Yeah, at this stage, TNT Red Force, 26 for 1.
Sure that he's pulling it in front of the square. There's no one really out there. A man chasing around. And it's into the boundary fence for 4. So Bravo there. Just pulling that one. He was able to control it. Pulling it in front of square.
Yeah,
getting
safe
4
shot.
runs.
Yeah, very safe shot, way in front of square. No one in that region picking up 4. So I like this approach from Darren Bravo. Looking to be positive, to be proactive. And I think that's the right approach on this type of surface. You know, it's one in which there's not much demons in the surface, Gordon. You respect the good ones and you put the bad balls away.
Yeah, I think they'll have to try to bat out this whole session. If they bat out this whole session and they finish on just about 100 runs, who knows? But tomorrow we hope.
Yeah, definitely a lot to play for still. This the last session of the 3rd day. Is also the entire 4th day, which is tomorrow, the last day of this game.
Just clipping that one off the legs. Bravo. Getting a next one. As the score continue to push on here. Simmons. He'll want to put some big runs on the board here. And you see Paul. Oh, it's the edge. Oh, it's into the arms of Johnson. A silly shot, really. Good delivery by Paul.
Yeah, and Keegan Simmons is standing in absolute disgust as he was lured into a fall shot, a very wide delivery. As we take a look at this one again, no need to play. Keegan Simmons was leaving them outside there all afternoon long. And this one, he felt like he had to play. And a good, smart catch by skipper Leon Johnson.
So Captain Fantastic continues his magical run in this game, gobbling up that catch at first slip. Keegan Simmons make the long, lonely trek back to the pavilion. You can see him walking, his body language says it all. He'll be totally disappointed with himself. He needed to bat for the occasion to at least present his team with a chance of survival first. Even if victory is improbable, not impossible, but highly improbable.
Yeah. Untimely wicket lost by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Keegan Simmons, just 15 in the first innings, 8 in the second innings. Both openers really not giving the scorers much headaches. It brings to the crease a very experienced Jason Mohammed, who played a lone hand in the first innings, getting to 50. And together with Bravo here now, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force require partnership.
Yeah, well, they want a big partnership from these two experienced batters. The most experienced batters, both with test experience under their belts. They'll want to rise to the occasion, show the people that they're strong. Taking a few lines from Sizzler Kalanji.
People want to hear you sing it, Gordon. Not say it, but sing it.
Not much for singing, but it's going to be Paul. Has the ball singing through thus far this afternoon, and he's looked to continue here to Holder. Holder's just holding him up, doing a bit of gardening. If he looks behind him, you'll see that there's 3 slips of Goolie, a man at the point region. Look forward of him, he'd have one on a mid-off, a mid-on, a silly mid-on, a man and then he finds the man at mid-on.
Successful over from Kimo Paul comes to an end after 11 overs. Red Force at 31 for 2. Keegan Simmons, after spending some time out in the middle, lured into a fall shot, lost his wicket.
I think he'll be disappointed with what he's done today as well as in the first innings. In the first innings, he got a start, got to 15, would have soaked up a number of deliveries and just give it away. And today again, that ball wide outside the off stump, he had no need to play. It was nowhere near threatening his stumps, and he went fishing. All he found was the edge, and Johnson just gobbled it up at first slip. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they celebrate. So it's going to be Smith here.
Al Smith from around the wicket. Darren Bravo, 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg. This one is driven beautifully through the vacant cover region. It's going to run very close to the boundary. Good chase, very good chase from Kimal Savory. Save a run for his team, 3 runs the result.
Yeah, he chased it all away. Good looking shot there from Bravo. He'll have to play a couple more of those, more than a couple, to really save his team blushes here. But he's looking good. That's the thing about Darren Bravo. When he middles a couple, you really wonder why he hasn't gone on to score loads of runs. He's had a reasonable success, but you'd think that he just would have underachieved for the potential and talent that he essayed early in his cricketing career. Now in more or less his middle times, some will say twilight days, but he will be wanting to have a revival, looking to push the West Indies selectors for place in that middle order of the West Indies lineup.
Certainly had a good performance in the previous round against the Leeward Islands, back-to-back hundreds. And he's a man not short of the runs, Gordon.
Yeah, he came into this match as the leading run getter, getting some 261 runs from the first 2 rounds of matches. You'd have been disappointed to be out for 15 in the first innings.
Yeah, just to take a look at his first-class career that has spanned from 2007 to present, 107 games, amassed 6,315 runs, average of 36. Oh, this one is coming back sharply, hitting him just outside the off stump, negating any chance of a leg before. And just to take a look, Gordon, at his test career, 56 test matches, 3,538 runs, a high score of 218, and an average of 36. 8 test match hundreds and 17 half centuries.
Yeah, you know, in Test cricket, well, for the West Indies, his Test average will be one of the highest averages in this current batting lineup.
Definitely. And if we take a look at some of the middle order batsmen that has followed after Darren Bravo's exclusion in the West Indies team, I don't think anyone has anywhere close to 8 test match hundreds.
Yeah, you know, in Zimbabwe recently, when we got 200s in one Test match, that was Brathwaite and Chandapol, not Shiv, Tijnarain. Tijnarain Chandapol 100 was the first time a opener in about 10 years besides Brathwaite had gotten to 100.
Yeah.
10 years, I shouldn't say 10 years. Besides the 10 hundreds, the last 10 hundreds by openers. Sorry.
Yeah, they were all by Craig Brathwaite.
All have been by Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah.
So it goes to show the frail batting lineup that we have had within recent times.
Yeah.
Of course, a huge task on here by the Trinidad and Tobago batters. They'll want to answer the call. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they'll be looking to bundle them out.
Yeah, what better stage to do it on when your back is against the wall. Team really needs someone to stand up. And who better than the senior players? Exaggerated leave. It is by Jis Mohammed to end Niall Smith's over. After 12 overs, the score 34 for 2. We've not seen much of Ronsford beaten so far, just the 1 over for him.
Credit to Kimo Paul. He showed that in the first innings, that when he gets the chair in his hands, he likes to bowl long spells. What we consider long spell in the modern days, not as long as Courtney Walsh would have bowled in the olden days, but he bowls 6 or 7 more on a trot. For a bowler of his pace, it shows good fitness.
Yeah.
And he bowls them all with the very first ball with the same enthusiasm as he bowls the last ball in his spells.
Yeah, very committed to the cause, Kimo Paul.
Well, Bravo will have to be committed to his cause.
Yeah.
Short, and he's pulling it away in front of square. He's going to go close to the boundary again. He's running around. He's not going to get there. So Bravo. He continues to show his class. It was a short from Paul. He just rocked back and pulled it. He kept it down.
Yeah.
No thoughts of a chance. Look at it again. A hand coming off the bat, but it was totally controlled.
He has pulled from way outside off stump, getting the bottom of the bat, but still able to go to the boundary, just to show how good these bats nowadays are. No way close to the middle, and it flew to the boundary.
Looking ominous. Bravo. Oh, now he's fishing. Beautiful comeback delivery there by Paul. Just on a good length. Angling in, shaping away.
Yeah, Bravo just rehearsing. Shot that he should have played. Cover drive.
I think he should have played the leave alone.
Yeah, just flirting with danger.
Yeah,
outside there is 2 slips and a gully. Waiting for anything.
But But a good comeback ball there by Paul. Just getting a bit straighter. So he'll want to continue this battle here. Bravo. A lot depends on him. Some people are thinking that this one is done and dusted. I spoke to some of the people very familiar with this ground, and they're saying that this ground, it has some runs in it still. And if the batters apply themselves, they can get pretty close to that 412 runs required. They say it's not impossible.
I think the first order of the day, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be to actually go into the end of the day's play with not much wickets, not much wicket lost.
Yeah, I think these two batters here, if they can bat to the end of play, regardless of the score, if they can bat to the end of the day's play, I think they will be quite happy with that. If they bat, you're seeing that they are ever so often that ball that they can put to the boundary, they can get runs. If they bat to the end of the day's play, coming back tomorrow, I think they will just have probably about 300 plus runs to get.
Yeah, but all of 26 overs to go still in this play. A lot still to play today. Short delivery, just to keep Bravo honest. And a good delivery to finish over number 13. At the end of it, score 38 for 2.
But Bravo, though, he seems to be up for the battle. You're seeing his mannerisms. He's confident. Look at this short ball here. Didn't get up as high, and the bat was up in the air like a telescope on a submarine. So he'll have to watch at that. He was getting the head of the way, but the bat was up in the air. But as the saying goes, all's well that ends well.
Yep. And Niall Smith to continue from the northern end. Just Mohammed yet to get off the mark. Angle down the leg side. Interesting field place for Jason Mohammed. There's a leg slip.
Yeah, he's very strong off the legs. It's a shot that he likes, that tickler around the corner. But sometimes a jet goes in the air, so early in his innings, you saw it in the first innings, the leg slip put in place. After he carved a few through that area, it was removed and the tactic changed. But early in his innings, he just tickled it around the corner in the air. He'll take a very good catch at that position.
Well, it's Kimo Paul who's fielding there. He's normally a very good fielder, has a safe pair of hands. But, the tactics that have been shown by Leon Johnson have been something to behold. It seems to be a conservative plan to every batsman. Yeah. We're seeing the slight field changes. We're seeing things, by skipper Leon Johnson. He's shuffling the pack, he's rotating his bowlers, and at this stage he knows that Jason Mohammed can be susceptible to that one that he just flicks off the hip, as you mentioned, that goes in the air. So he's put a fielder in there. And his captaincy has been very, very good throughout this game.
Yeah, spot on, just as we say. He just likes to tickle around the corner. That one coming off the pad. He's a player that plays around his front pad when the ball is coming into him. So he gets across and plays in front of the front pad, offering sometimes an LBW decision as well.
I like this from Bravo, just calling Jason down, just to have a word or two, just to ensure that both are on the same page.
Yeah, they'll want a big innings here from Jason Mohammed. He got 50 in the first innings, or even 50. They'll want him to double up that one and get 100 here. Oh, he struck. It's very close. Very close.
Nothing doing from umpire Leslie Reefer
I love to see that replay. You see the whole of the Guyana slip cordy and they're looking at the umpire. They're wondering, oh, look at it here. Oh, pretty close. But I think that credit the umpire. It would have been the umpire call had there been any review. I think it would have just been clipping probably the leg stump. So it's either the umpire gives you or doesn't. Umpire call is such a powerful call in modern day cricket when you have the review available to you. Ghana would have kept the review,
Yeah.
but I think it would have been the result. We don't have the access to that technology, so let's play on.
Good stuff from Niall Smith. Really keeping the pressure on Mohammed. 10 deliveries yet to get off the mark. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, a leg slip, fine leg. Very attacking field set. Niall Smith really bowling to his field.
If you have 400 runs to play with, it definitely is going to have the luxury of being attacking. You just want your bowlers to bowl to the plan. That one just a bit wider, able to shoulder his arms there. Mohammed goes into the gloves of the wicketkeeper and brings the end of that over. So a testing over there from Smith, just what the skipper would have ordered.
Well, I think we're not too far from seeing some spin into the attack.
It's beaten. He's going to take up the attack from the northern end.
Yeah.
So it's
I
like
wonder at
for
what
like.
stage we'd see spin from the Harpy Eagles.
Well, the Happy Eagles, they seem to have a model. You know, it's been working for them, and they did it in the first innings. They're medium pacers. You know, they give them a extended a bowl with the new ball. You know, you're not going to see the spinners get that new ball for any length of time until probably after about 20 overs. You know, after the shine is completely gone. Well, not completely gone, but taken off, really. They have the should I say, the facilities to do such with their team that they have picked. So they're going to bowl some seam-up bowlers for a while yet. You'd see that Kevin Sinclair was lightly used in the first innings by the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yeah. Just 3 overs for Sinclair in the first innings.
So beaten.
Just beaten from around the wicket to Darren Bravo, right behind the line of this one. Bravo really seems to be feeling.
Yeah, he seems to be a man on a mission.
He seems to be in the mood.
Yeah. Beaten though, he got his wicket in the first innings, just getting him to turn one off the hip into the man at forward. Silly mid on, forward square if you could call it that. And no silly mid on there, no fielder in short on the leg side. So they're probably thinking that he's seeing the ball big as a cherry already.
Yeah, bit of an indifferent tactic from Leon Johnson.
Yeah,
As beaten with the extra pace and no one in close on the leg side.
yeah, they've ringed him instead on the offside field.
Yeah, they've been
They're
forced.
they're probably saying that he's seeing the ball big. They probably assessed the pitch and decided that there's not much on offer from off the pitch. So they're looking to pitch outside the off stump. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. Looks like a coat of varnish. Separate that from the bail. Coming down the track and doing a bit of gardening. I remember in my growing up days, a man who used to do that. Anytime a good ball was Sir Vivian Richards. He would come down and prod the pitch. So it wasn't the bowler who was bowling good, it was the pitcher that would have given him that extra assistance. What an imposing figure. He made me fall in love with cricket.
You model your button on Sir Vivian Richards.
I tried my best. I wasn't able to get the big scores, but the whole mannerisms. And there comes a short ball, and it bunks twice before reaching, once before reaching the keeper. So the wicket getting a bit easy paced, really.
Yeah, some spongy bounce on that short delivery from Beaton.
Bravo getting out of the way.
Yeah, just resisting that short delivery, resisting
He's
playing
got a
that
man-
hook shot.
He's got a man with a squarish fine leg, and a man just at backward square for that misdirected hook shot. So
Down the
down
leg side again.
Don't know if he lost his radar or if that's part of his plan, but he seems to be bowling down the leg side to an offside field.
And I'm not sure if they're trying to strangle him down the leg side, because we see Niall Smith was doing that early on when Bravo just came to the crease.
Yeah, but
Not too sure.
I think if you're going to bowl that line, you got to defend the line with the field. I think it's more there that he's planning to bowl. But that brings the end of a beaten over. No run conceded from it. But at this stage, it's not so much about runs, it's about wickets and occupation at the crease. Smith to continue. I think you're gonna get he's gonna bowl probably 2 more from this end, and then you're gonna see the experience Pumal coming in. You saw how important he is to the Guyana Happy Eagles bowling unit, even when the conditions may not be as favorable to him as they would like. And he just clips it off the legs. Call is for 2, and they jog through for 2. He's off the mark.
Yeah, just getting inside the line and working it. That vacant square leg region. Man was back at fine leg. Picked up 2 runs. Mohammed is off the mark. Still the 3 slips. Goolie, backward point, mid off, mid on, leg slip, and fine leg. It's a very square fine leg. I'm not sure it's more of a backward, deep backward square.
The broad face of the bat. Always good to get some in the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be depending on these two. The 2 most experienced batters, both with reasonable form. Jason Mohammed came into this match with not so much of good track record this season, but of course he showed his form, showed his class in the first innings. It's down the leg side.
He had a 79, I think, in that game against the Leeward Islands in the first innings. Or is it against Windward Islands? I think he had a 79 somewhere along the line there. I'm not too sure. But he did have that 1/2 century, and then, of course, in the first innings of this game, even 50.
They want him to get 100 here, though. 3 figures will be the aim.
And of course, you'd be very familiar with this surface here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy,
He's able to get forward.
as he's a proud son of Southland.
Seeing someone warming up there. Is it warming or they're just stretching? It seems to be the captain. Johnson. Is he just stretching or is he warming? He had a long knock. So his back probably just tightening up. Smith looking to get his breakthrough here for his team. Short. Just left alone there by
One for the over.
Mohammed.
Matt Racing is still close up there.
So, selector Butcher just leaving us. I'm sure he would have seen enough here. A number of the players would have definitely made a good representation. Whipping it off the legs here. And it's into the boundary fence for 4. His blessing and curse. That flick shot off the legs. This time it's a blessing as he gets 4 good-looking runs here.
Yeah, credit to him, he got it way away from that man at leg slip. No chance of a catch. Safe shot. Yeah. Whippage on offer from Jason Mohammed. So at the end of 16 overs, the Red Force are 44 for 2.
So you're going to see, I think it's beaten going to continue from this southern end.
Just 368 more required for victory.
Small amount.
Very small amount of 368.
Yes, some fans, we're being sarcastic. We're not. I know a lot of fans take things quite literal. But it's going to be beaten. He's going to take things literally into his own hands here, as he wants to get a result here for his team. But Bravo showing that broad face of the bat. He beaten his figures 3 overs, 3.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 run, no wicket. He'll want to get something in the wicket column. Darren Bravo will want to get his team to their first milestone of 50 plus runs. All right. Oh, it's gone between the slip and down to the boundary for 4. An intelligent edge. I love to see that replay. It seemed to be dying.
Yeah, this. Just as we take a look at the replay of this delivery from around the wicket into the pitch. I think credit to Bravo, they just took his hands off, played with soft hands. And in that gap, picking up another boundary.
So between first and second slip and down to the boundary fence for 4 good-looking runs to Bravo. Beaten. Let's look at his comeback delivery. Short. It's pulled it in front of the square. It's gone through the fielder. And it's going to go close to the boundary. And into the boundary fence for 4. So that's 50 for Trinidad and Tobago. It brings up the Trinidad and Tobago 50 in the second innings. 52 for 2.
Yeah, came up with a bit of a misfeel. Was hit with a lot of power. Kimo Paul would certainly be disappointed with his effort. Back-to-back boundaries for Bravo. He's up to 33 now, Red Force. 52 for 2.
Just looking to free the shackles here, Darren Bravo. He'll know, though, that he'll need to be there a whole lot longer. This one just taking it off the hips. The fans who have come in here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they continue to cheer on the TNT Red Force. No chance around the ground of Baton Bravo, Baton skipper. Beaten though, he'll be looking to get the breakthrough. This partnership very important in terms of both the result of the game and the fortunes of Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely, from a Red Forces perspective, they would be looking at these
This
two
one,
to
right, Humpy?
bat the
Humpy, this one.
bulk of the
This one.
sessions or the overs, you know, and but from a Guyana's point of view, they would feel as though if they could prize one of these two batsmen out.
You think if they get one here, the cat will be among the pigeons? And you see they're always aiming there to that area straighter. And you see now though to beat him, they've put a man there at mid-wicket right in his line of range, as well as a man at a shortish mid-on position. So when he clips, and he clips just in the air, of course beaten not as fast as a Kimo Paul. Yeah, that man coming into play there. So you're seeing the thinking, the think tank of this Ghana team. Their fielding positioning have been excellent.
Yeah, credit to the analysts for doing the homework on some of these Red Force players, because you're seeing their effort to plug those gaps by the skipper Leon Johnson.
And you see they're going to bring Makima Paul from this end. They want to keep the medium pieces going. Just as I said earlier, they want to get up to about the 20th over, and then they bring in the spinners. So even though Pomol, you know, was so instrumental in getting breakthroughs at crucial times in the first innings, he's still putting on ice. He'll be wanting to get that ball between his fingers.
Okay.
Any good bowler loves to get into the action. But it's Paul who'll have the task here. He's going to be up against Bravo. Bravo looks set here for big one.
Well, he's well set on 34. Looking good so far.
That one pitching and just straightening there, not going away with the angle. Going across the left-hander with the angle, pitched and straightened. But Bravo in behind it and just leaving it alone. It's full. Driven through the cover region and down to the boundary for 4. It was a full delivery, slightly over pitch, but Bravo in this mood just leaning on it, driving it through the covers and down to the boundary fence for 4.
And Bravo on the charge, putting away any loose deliveries, and I think that's the right approach from Darren Bravo. Yeah, full delivery, picking that gap through extra cover and mid-off, and 4 runs the result. Yeah, so that's the right approach, I think, here, Gordon, from skipper Darren Bravo. You know, just to be positive, put away those bad deliveries.
But a good comeback ball there from Kibo Paul, short, aimed into the hip region, the ribs region. Well played though by Bravo. And then he comes down and does a bit of gardening.
Like that one, too. Like that. Like that one, too.
Change in the field, or is it a change in the personnel? Yes, change in the personnel already.
Good confidence in himself.
Paul at the top of his run, looking to charge in here. Oh! Play and miss there by Bravo. doesn't look too happy with himself there. You know that 38 is not enough. You know his team will want him to be out there all of this afternoon.
Yeah, beaten on the inside edge.
Got cut in half early.
Yeah.
Playing for the natural angle. And just straightening. So he's driving it, flicking it, off the legs. Jogs through. So keeping the score ticking over.
One left, boys.
I think this has to be the approach by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You just got to keeping the score ticking over.
Yeah.
Play more or less your natural game. Play each ball on its merit. And then at the end of the session, you assess what has taken place and set new goals.
Yeah, run hard between the wickets. Take everyone on offer.
Yeah, again, just playing in front of the pad. You know, it's if you're a Red Force player or supporter, every time Jason Mohammed plays that shot, and it's a no ball.
And no ball signaled by umpire Reefer.
So he's just overstepped. Another run to the total. So Kimopo just trying to get that extra yard of pace, an effort delivery. He's driving it. Well feeded in the covers.
So after 18 overs, 60 for 2. Darren Bravo not out on 39. With him is Jason Mohammed, who's 7 not out. And these two really holds the key in terms of their seniority and their experience for the Red Force.
Yeah, they'll want to carry their team here. They want to bat on. So important here for these two batters to be here at the end for the Red Force. If they're going to have any sort of realistic chance of first saving the game. And then as they get closer, you never know.
Yeah, beaten again from southern end. 4 overs, none for 10. His returns so far. Rising delivery.
Yeah,
Which
the hard length there.
Mohammed just gets behind. So both wickets to fall for the TNT Red Force, both openers. First, Jeremy Solozano caught wicketkeeper Bramble, bowled Niall Smith. And then Keegan Simmons caught Leon Johnson, bowled Kimo Paul.
He had a bit of a vigil. He was there a while. And just when he thought that he would, be a good partner to Darren Bravo, just gifted his wicket away really. It was a wide delivery outside the off stump. And he just fished at it. And he just feathered it into the arms of the waiting Leon Johnson.
Yeah, nothing short. Both openers really give their wicket away, it must be said, Gordon. You look at the way Solozano was dismissed down the leg side and nothing delivery, and just feathered it through to Bramble. And Keegan Simmons is leaving those deliveries outside off stump for most of his innings. And that one just sucked him in to a drive. Just edged through to Leon Johnson.
So they're doing some sort of medical work on the hands of Kimo Paul. Beaton will be looking to get this breakthrough here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. He's charging in. It's shown the full face of the bat there by Jason Mohammed. He's coming forward, holding the pose.
Yes, solid in defense.
Bat and
Jason
pad
Mohammed.
very close together. The coaching manuals will definitely be quite proud.
Bat sponsor would be quite proud as well.
Yes,
Showing the full maker's name.
full maker's name. But it's Beaton who's going to be running in here.
Wide on the
Short, and
crease.
he just whips it off the legs. And that's going to go into the boundary fence. It's meat and drink shot, really. Just whips it off the legs, gets 4 runs. That front leg just going up in the air, a la Gordon Greenwich, or in more recent times, Brian Lara there. Full Caribbean flair. And this partnership rushing on here, 33 from just 48 balls. The Guyana Happy Eagles will not be too worried just yet. They know that they have lots of runs to play with. But they'll also be concerned if this partnership is to swell past the 100 mark. But they got to get the 50 first before you get to 100. Just 33. Oh, it's a screamer there. He rips off his gloves.
Yeah, absolute snort of a delivery. Rising on Jason Mohammed. Splice of the bat, just jamming finger. And immediately we see the physio running on to lend some assistance. Just jarring the fingers.
Yeah,
Good response by Beaton.
yeah, that bottom hand there. He was pushing forward, freely. So Beaton just pulling it back on inner length and getting some bounce. Remember, Beaton a tall man. So able to extract some bounce. Just need shortage of a good length. But Mohammed has been committing to the front foot.
Yeah, Mohammed, quite a tough cookie. He's going to continue to soldier on.
I want to make sure that he resets mentally. Darren Bravo coming down and having a discussion with him. Just want him to keep his mind in it. Because he doesn't want him to be rattled by that blow. He's putting him back on his gloves. Getting his legs moving. Some of the fans just sending out the message to start over. Let's look at Beaton here. His follow-up ball. And it's on that hard length again. But this time, the full face of the bat. Shown by Mohammed. It brings to an end a decent Beaton over. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking to chase down 412 runs to claim victory in this one. They're 64 for 2, sorry.
So no sign of spin yet. Kimo Paul to continue for Happy Eagles.
As you see the score sheet up there. The Happy Eagles batting first, 124 all out. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in reply 160 all out. And then the Happy Eagles in their second innings declaring and leaving the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to get 412 runs for victory. Use Kemal Savory. He'd have gotten his maiden first class 100, 101 not out. Captain Fantastic Leon Johnson would have scored 75 to add to 63 made in the first innings.
Yeah, definitely a really good partnership by both Savory and Johnson. This one is pushed down the ground. For Sammy Pomal is giving chase. He's going to pull it up just inside. And they're going to come back for 3. Good running from Mohammed and Bravo. Seizing the initiative to pick up valuable runs.
Every run counts. Yeah. Drop by drop will fill the bucket. A lot of overs still left in the day's play.
So Kimo Paul, was taking a look at his career stats. Kimo Paul, his first class career, 28 matches. He has 112 wickets. Best bowling figures of 6 for 28. Average of 19.04. 19.04. 4 5-wicket hauls.
So 19 overs remaining in the day's play. 19.3 overs remaining in the day's play. So a lot can happen in that time. And if these two add the wicket at the end of the day's play tomorrow, it's going to be a very interesting day. Is there a sting in the tail for this in this one?
Step by step, Gordon.
And as we talk about step, just stepping over the front line is Kibo Paul. He's been called for a no ball. Just looking for the extra yard of pace. I think at this level he shouldn't be overstepping, but you get 6 inches behind the lad, then 1 inch over. And I think that difference does a lot to the scorecard and nothing really to the batter. It's a beautiful cover drive. Pumalt doing a lot of chasing. And they settle for 2.
Come in. Come in there.
Yeah, good shot again from Jason Mohammed. Full delivery. Met to the full face in the gap.
You know, well, you'd be expecting Viasami Pumal to be bowling shortly. But right now he's getting a good workout. I don't know if it's strategic by these two batters. But he probably chased around 100 yards. In just about 3 balls or 4 balls.
70 for 2 the score. Going up ever so slightly.
Struck,
This one
very close.
pin around his pad and the dreaded finger goes up. Umpire Leslie Reefer. Mohammed is standing there in
He's standing in disbelief, but it was very close.
Standing
Look at it again.
disbelief. Pitched up delivery coming into Mohammed.
Yes, very, very close. And whatever the decision was going to be umpire's call, because you could see him leaning across and you're seeing the leg stump at the back of his thigh. You're seeing Darren Bravo shaking his head. He throws the bat to the ground.
Jason Mohammed is not happy. But he has to go for 11.
It's going to be a water break. So at the water break here at the end of the first hour in the final session, it's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 70 for 3. We're going to the break. When we come back, we're going to have a change of bowling at this end as we're going to introduce to you Mr. Vinu Mamchan to join Kadir Mohammed from Mohammed's Meat Shop and Coffee Shop in Diego Martin.
Welcome back to play after the drinks break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jason Mohammed, the last wicket to go for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force LBW to Kimo Paul for 11. And Jed Goolie has come out at number 5 to join his captain Darren Bravo, who's 42 not out. And Kimo Paul with figures of 2 for 33 in 6.5 overs. So just at the stage where both Bravo and Mohammed was looking confident and positive, Mohammed had to go, adjudged LBW. And it's a tough gig here now as a Jed Goolie.
So 70 for 3, young Jed Goolie is in, and it's a unique opportunity for him. It's a fine opportunity for young Jed Goolie, because here's a situation where you can bat as long as you choose. Once you have support at the other end, he's getting support. He will get support from Darren Bravo, who has scored 42 from 52 balls. And at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force finds himself in a spot about at 70 for 3. Let me introduce a man. He's probably not as young as Goolie, probably a little older than Goolie. He's Amar Samaru from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Amar, good afternoon. The TNT Red Force under the gun at the moment.
Good afternoon. And yes, Guyana is in a more advantageous position, given the state of this game. We are here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on the third day. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy is in the south part of Trinidad and Tobago, and here we are witnessing this regional 4-day competition, West Indies regional 4-day competition, with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing a winning total of 412, has reached 70 runs for 3 wickets.
Well, here we go again. This is a little bit down the leg side, and there's an appeal for a catch. Not out, sees the umpire. Bravo is thinking, what's all the fuss about? He's indicating he might have brushed the pad. I know that the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board have you taking good. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, pad. Good take though by Bramble. I know the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has you taking care of our dear friend Roland Butcher.
Yes, and you would recall that Mr. Butcher is a former Test cricketer who played for England.
Yes, of course. And now he's serving West Indies cricket as a selector. Of course, he would have done yeoman service to cricket in Barbados as well. And former Middlesex player.
And he's also...
Roland had an extended stint in Australia as well.
Yes, he's also a cricket commentator.
Yes, he would have done work with Cricket 360 before as well. Roland Butcher, really, really wonderful guy.
As you know, Cricket 360 is one of the premier, commentary team in the Caribbean and North America, because the services of Cricket 360 is sought even as far as South Carolina.
South Carolina, North Carolina as well. Well, it's Goolie yet to get off the mark. What do you think is the approach that the Red Force should take at this point in time, Amar?
The Red Force should try their best not to lose another wicket for the evening.
Yes.
Come
back tomorrow?
And come back tomorrow fresh and look at the situation. And if there is an opportunity which you feel confident can make 412 runs, well, then go for the runs. If wickets should fall, well, then they would have to go back into the shell and try to save the game.
And that's a very, very good point indeed. It's a situation that's fluid. They need to be playing situational cricket all the time now moving forward. And they need to be assessing as they go along what could be done, what should be done outside the off stump. Pitch stop, Bravo, few steps. And Goolie responded. It was Bravo's call. So
yes, and we are seeing here a return of Ronsford Beaton. He played for the West Indies previously, and he's out now in full force and attacking with full force.
Well, Darren Bravo will know that if his team stand any glimmer of hope in this match, it rests squarely on his shoulders. He, at the moment, is on the 43. He has been having a good season, this regional 4-day season, 200s thus far. This is guided away around the corner for 4. Badly lined by Beaton, and Bravo just coming inside the line. As you can see, has changed his stance a bit. It's a little open now, so it's easier for him to access those deliveries on the leg side.
Yes, and we are here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing a winning score of 412, has reached 76 runs for 3 wickets. Has beaten, walks back to the VIPN where he will continue his bowling to Darren Bravo, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force skipper.
So here's Beaton from the southern end, goes past the umpire now, and Bravo drives. This one takes the inner portion of the bat, goes to mid-on. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's a 76 for 3.
Yes, and I know the last day I was here, Mr. Mamchen, you asked me about development plans, as I said, of the TTCB. And I told you that right now, there is under 19 competition, and a match was played in Deep South yesterday, with South winning handsomely against Southeast. And also
Southwest.
Southwest.
Yes, a South against Southwest.
South against Southwest. In USA there is Southwest Airlines.
Yes, I've flown on Southwestern Airlines.
Yes.
I'm sure that you would have as well.
Yes. As you see, Kimo Paul starts a new over from the commentary end.
Well, Goolie in the first innings did spend some time out there in the middle, and he would want to use that experience, that confidence to bat here. I really don't see terrors in the pitch.
No, the pitch is playing very smooth, with no awkward bounce. We haven't seen the spinners as yet to see if there's any turn.
Well, we saw a turn earlier on today. That's a good delivery, but it signaled no ball by the umpire. But I like the line there from Kimo Paul. So Guyana well and truly on top. They've been a wonderful first-class outfit over the years, and they continue to dominate first-class cricket here in the Caribbean.
Yes. Over the last few years, Guyana has won the West Indies Championship, over 3 years or so. And at the standings at this level, at this championship, I think Guyana is ranking second. Barbados first, Guyana, and then TNT Red Force, before the start of this match. So Kimo Paul, international cricketer, T20 specialist, has played in the Indian IPL also. Is bowling from the commentary end to Jide Goolie.
Right arm round. Free ball.
So he's now changed to round the wicket. Paul. Oh, this one keeps a bit low. Tall man, Goolie coming down on it.
Right. And Vinod, I must say that a lot of people throughout the world listen and view to Cricket 360 coverage of the games. I had a customs colleague, in Florida call me to indicate to me that he was enjoying the coverage. And I told him, okay, keep on looking because you're going to get quality broadcast.
Well, we appreciate that from you and your friends, the customs people, because through you they have been very supportive of 360. And we have been employed by Cricket West Indies to produce these matches for their YouTube channel, and their YouTube channel, of course, is very, very popular indeed.
And I take this opportunity to salute my colleagues. At one time I was seconded at the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana. So I lived in Guyana for a short while, and I want to take this opportunity to salute Sir Edwin Carrington, who used to be my boss at the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana. He's an avid cricket fan and a die-hard West Indian supporter.
Well, right, so we now know that you have Guyanese roots, so you're supporting good cricket for this match.
Yes, and also my immediate boss at the CARICOM Secretariat, who lives in New Jersey, Mr. Branford Isaacs, he is looking at this broadcast right now.
Struck on the pad.
Yeah.
Of course, missing the leg stump.
Going down leg side,
Up close
you
there.
know, half-hearted appeal. That the umpire is not interested. As we come to the end of this over from Kimo Paul.
So at
Yes.
the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago finds themselves on 77 for 3.
Yes, and we were speaking about development cricket. The TTCB is right now looking, you know, we focus to some extent a little greater of the resources with boy and men's
Honestly,
cricket,
there, Brahms here.
you know. But the TTCB is examining the possibility to host a local under 15 girls tournament.
Well, that's fantastic indeed, and that's something that I'm sure the young girls will be looking forward to, because sometimes the opportunities are, you know, too little for them, and they would want to really take advantage of that. You know, women cricket has really taken off all around the world, and of course we want more women playing cricket here in the West Indies.
Because we believe, you know, hosting under 15 girls, this will assist the board in identifying talents, you know, and once you identify the talents, one would be able to harness the talents, you know, through coaching and mentoring. You know, and we want to see, you know, a strong West Indies team in the future.
So it's going to be Kevin Sinclair to take up the attack now from the southern end. And he is one man who will be called upon here by the Guyanese to get wickets, to push them towards that victory, which, if Bravo goes here, could be imminent. Off the back foot, Darren Bravo. I think he will feel a little more comfortable against the spinners.
Yes, and Kevin Sinclair is a former West Indies under 19 player.
Well, he did play for the West Indies senior team in white ball cricket as well, pushed away on the offside. So Bravo continues his work. He'll be looking to impress Roland Butcher, who is the West Indies selector assigned to this game. And I hope that, I know that Roland has been in your care. I hope that you've been showing him all the southern hospitality.
Definitely. In fact, he said he likes Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, I like Barbados. So we can swap. It's going to be Sinclair. Round the wicket. Off the back foot again is Bravo. The news not so good for Barbados today. They went down to the Leeward Islands.
Yeah,
And,
a little close match.
Well,
in the end, Leeward-
congratulations to Powell. He got 100 today. So even, you know, Desmond Haynes has been the selector at the Oval. It's good that the West Indies team ensure that, you know, the selectors are around the region looking at the cricket firsthand.
Yes, have it at first hand, have a first hand look. And
Because there is a situation, Peaton. Well, let's have a look at this one again. Bravo rehearsing the sweep shot.
Working, sinking.
There was a beautiful loop there on that one. Tossed it up. Bravo was unsure whether to go forward or back. He then rehearses a sweep shot. His back cuts in the gap.
little short. Sinclair was a little short there.
And
Just
there's
slaps that.
protection out there. So the score goes on by 1. Goolie just has, all Goolie has to do now here is to stay out there as long as possible with Bravo.
Yes. And one thing I must say, that anytime Jide Goolie plays, especially at this venue, his parents are there in the stands to support him.
Support from parents are so important. Of course, we all know
Middle stump.
of a number of young men here from Trinidad and Tobago where their parents are always here. And Darren Bravo's dad, he's been here every day.
Yes. And I can also say, even at the being present at the National Cricket Center, you would see the parents coming out to support their children, be it under 15, under 17,
The
under
ball left arm
19.
over.
You know, make up a good cadre of spectators. at the National Cricket Centre. I saw that firsthand, and I could identify some of the players and their presence. So, for example, I know that anytime a youngster, Mr. Liam Mamchan, is playing, his parents are most present to give him that kind of support.
Yes, you have to be there for your children just to show that support.
As we see a change in bowling from the northern end,
So the
Purmall.
spinners are now on with St. Clair from the southern end and Purmall from the media center or northern end. Purmall has been a bully in the regional cricket,
Yes.
and he will want to continue that here for his beloved country. Here he is.
He has taken a number of regional wickets in regional cricket. He also was elevated at some time in the past to the West Indies senior team.
Probably just legs now. Just missing.
As he continues, you know, from the
I'm not deep with that, that's a question.
northern commentary, and we have a small amount of smoke blowing over the venue.
Well, it's a lot of smoke actually, and these days in Trinidad and Tobago, we
Just
are
want something to see, please.
experiencing something
Leave it outside and see.
of a mini drought. So you look around the place and it's parched from the eastern side right around from where we are seeing here at the ground. Our cameraman will probably get to that soon, and you can really have a look at what's going on here.
A little bit.
This ground is reminding me of the ground in Abu Dhabi, the Sheikh Zayed ground in Abu Dhabi, where right around all you can see is the desert, and there's a green oasis in the center.
But is it extremely hot there? Especially when cricket is being played?
Yeah, it's extremely hot across there, and they tend to play the cricket in what will be the winter time across there, where temperatures could range around 40 to 42 degrees Celsius.
Very hot. Very
Still
hot.
very hot.
And we find it sometimes uncomfortable in Trinidad and Tobago when the temperature is around 33 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, the heat here is dry heat in Trinidad. It's not, as the over comes to an end, it's 79 for 3. Well, we want to thank Amar Samaru for being with us here on the Cricket 360, the man who brings all the news from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And we want to wish him all the best, and hopefully his team can go on and make him proud.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vinod Mamchan. And as I always said, it's a great pleasure to be in your company, because I'm still at the learning stage and sitting in the commentary booth with an erudite like Mr. Vinod Mamchan. You know, I am quickly learning the job of a commentator, cricket commentator.
Well, thanks a lot for your kind words there, Amar. So it's going to be St. Clair from the southern end. He's into Bravo, and he hits it away through the offside. That should be his half century. And Darren Bravo reaches his milestone, half century. He knows that that's just the beginning. The work here, his work is cut out here at the moment. He bowled well today, and he will also have to do it with the bat. 50 for Darren Bravo, as I welcome back Kadir Mohammed. Kadir, well deserved 50 there from Darren Bravo.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Vinod. Good afternoon, viewers. Yeah, well deserved 50 from Darren Bravo. From the time he came to the crease, he looked like he was a man on a mission. And certainly the job has now started. Score 80 for 3. I think the role of Jit Goolie here, if you notice, to just bat with Darren Bravo. And Goolie is just getting an inside edge.
Situational cricket, that's what's needed at the moment. He needs to understand the situation of the game. Still 24.2 overs to go today, and that's a lot of overs, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely a lot of overs still to be played.
Don't know if they'll get that. In fact, it's 14.4.
Yeah.
Yes, my apologies. 14.4 overs, because 24.2, that is what has been bowled so far. So 14.3 now to go. So I think they'll comfortably get in that.
Yeah, definitely. With the time we have left, certainly we should get it in. From a Red Forces perspective, they would like these two to bat the remaining overs in the day's play.
Driving through the offside, he can't pass the field. I think what Goolie needs to do is to understand that he needs to bat balls. Just bat balls. Forget the runs at the moment. Just look to bat balls. Bat 200 balls, like Savory did. Bat 300 balls. That is what he needs to do.
Yeah, at this stage is just about occupation of the crease for Goolie. As Darren Bravo is going on well. 51 not out for the Red Force skipper at this stage. Sinclair overs come to an end. The end of the over, 82 for 3. As Goolie.
And he goes down for the count there.
Looks as though he may have been struck in the unmentionables.
It's not easy. Trying to walk it off, as they say. Has that happened to you at Mary Boys Cricket Club, Kadir? Or you haven't stayed out long enough for that to happen?
Certainly not this season, but I think it's something all batsmen tend to happen any time,
well,
at some point in your career.
I'll tell you something, you would have seen stars here in the daylight. Bravo. I was telling Amar Samru that my opinion is Bravo would be a lot more comfortable against the spinners.
Yeah, and generally, Bravo has played spin quite comfortably, even at international level. No chance of a quick single. Devin Imlach was poaching from cover. But at this stage, Vinod, with both spinners operating, it's really a touchy situation for both Bravo and Goolie. The normal tendency would be to probably attack the spinners, but at this stage it's not required.
Yeah, runs are not what is required here at the moment. What you require here is to do just that. Turn the strike over, that should have been 2. Turn the strike over to Goolie, overran. Turn the strike over, bat balls.
Yeah?
I think that should be the message coming from the Red Force think tank.
Well, Darren Bravo is telling Goolie, remember that we are playing a game.
Yeah.
So he wanted 2 there. Goolie playing him off the back foot. He has to be careful. Pomal has the tendency to push one through very quickly.
Very wily customer is Versami Pomal, all of 500 plus wickets at first class level.
It's over.
End of the over. So the end of it is 83 for 3.
So just 13 overs remain in the day's play. Vinod, what do you reckon Bravo would be saying to Goolie at this stage?
Well, he just told him that, we're still playing a game. So what I think he wants is for Goolie not to be ultra defensive. Probably play your natural game, but probably with a little more caution.
Yeah.
Look to rotate the strike, look to move things along, but cautiously.
Yeah, I think right on cue with that. His natural tendencies is to be attacking Goolie, but he doesn't want to get bogged down at the same time. Just to turn the strike over a lot of gaps in the field as well. At the moment, Darren Bravo is playing it quite smartly.
No.
Can't get a single. Anderson is looking at backward point.
Come on!
Yeah, and this is good bowling here by Sinclair. He's not giving him anything to drive. You know, he loves to drive. He's not really giving him anything. He's bowling it just back off a leg.
Bowling.
This time he comes up with this one. Bravo is forward, watchful. As we have been saying, he's a very good player of spin bowling.
Bring in 4-6. Ball! Watch you!
This one keeps low.
He's just keeping a bit low. Luckily for Bravo, he got the bat down in time. Goolie just having a word with Bravo.
What did I say going down? Yeah, you're going inside. What's the key?
I must say, I've been impressed
bringing
with
him forward,
Liam
Sig.
Johnson's captaincy. You've set particular fields, and bowlers too have responded quite well to the field set.
End of the over. Not a good over there by Sinclair. It's 83 for 3. And we have 12 overs remaining for today's play.
We saw today Savory getting to his maiden first-class century in just his third first-class game. And together with him and Leon Johnson, they added 100-plus partnership and really took the win out of the sails of the Red Force bowlers. It's going to be Purmal again from Northern End.
He is. Wow.
So Jit Goolie, the role is very simple here. Just to bat to the captain, bat as much balls as possible.
Yeah, you know, it's in terms of runs to be scored, there's no pressure. What he needs to do is to occupy the crease.
Well watched by Goolie. Love that one.
And that's another thing that he needs to do, Keddy. He needs to watch that ball very closely. As you saw there, as you rightfully picked up in the last delivery.
There's not much spin on offer. What he needs to be mindful of is the smarts of Versami Purmal. He's going to vary his pace. He's going to vary his trajectory. And the areas in which he's going to pitch.
In the air and just going one bounce to St. Clair at mid-on. So beaten in flight there, Goolie.
Just like that, induced a fall shot. Luckily for Goolie, didn't go to hand. Nowhere close to the connection that he would have liked. That worked out for him in the end. Landed just short of Kevin Anderson at mid-on. Anderson now has gone back to long on for Bravo.
Bravo again, just forcing it through the offside. Bravo will understand that he needs to come back here tomorrow.
Over.
End of the over. It's 85 for 3. We take a short break.
So we're back live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with Kevin Sinclair oohs and ahs. Bravo just turns this one into the leg side. Picks up a single. Sinclair with hands on head. Has to save. That one just.
Good Sinky. Hey. Bro, stay in the game, man.
So mid off is going back. Ransford beaten, going down to long off.
Oh, Sinky, nice. That's you. Working, Sinky.
I think they're keeping Bravo in check here at the moment. Also Goolie.
Oh, bold.
Goolie using his
Nice,
long
nice
reach to
kick.
good effect, and that's an advantage for him.
Yeah. Someone with the reach of Jude Goolie. What might be a good delivery for a shorter batsman would be like a half volley for Goolie.
As we saw one there, push down to long off.
Brings Michael on strike.
Michael Bravo,
Work, Sinky.
53 of 80. They'll be looking to press on to get that century.
Work, boys.
Sinclair usually gets through his overs
Nice,
quickly.
Sinky.
Bravo cuts on the edge.
Yeah, I felt that got the width, but just might be a bit risky playing that shot this time of day. Vinod?
But I like the approach of Darren Bravo. You know, if the ball is there to play the shot, why not play it? Because you can't just get yourself bogged down. A ball will come with your name on it, and that's the end of that. So at the moment, he has faced 82 deliveries for his 53. Jet Goolie's on 5. And Red Force, in case you're interested, they still require 325.
Yeah, just 325.
Yes. I'm sure that the bars in Arapita Avenue in Woodbrook, in Port of Spain, would not be buzzing as those in Guyana, in Georgetown, in places like Kitty, Iflot, Essequibo, smashed down the ground for 4. He's a strong man, Goolie.
Yeah, good shot from Jit Goolie. All along the ground from Goolie. Mid off and mid on was up. Just had to beat them. Got it straight enough.
But I
Picked
don't
up
think
a well-deserved boundary.
Pumol was going to put his hands on that, because Pumol might have reached the boundary as well. I got a note from my friend Philip Spooner. And I think, in fact, it's from Weeper. I got another note from Spooner. That's something different. And Weeper, they are sending out congratulations to Versami Pumol, who's now the leading wicket taker in regional cricket. So, the 33-year-old, who's in operation at the moment, had 3 for 36 in the Red Force first innings to move to 512 wickets, surpassing Nikita Miller's effort of 511. So Pumol has gone past Nikita Miller with 512, and Pumol is only 33 years old.
Surpassing his fellow left-arm spinner, Nikita Miller.
It's a good delivery, good flight.
Over.
End of the over. Pumol hasn't added to those 512 just yet, but at the moment, Red Force are in a spot of butter on 91 for 3.
Quick. Come on, another one for the evening, guys. Another one this evening.
Sure we can get two. Bring Webster,
Kevin
man.
Sinclair.
Bring Webster now. Come now.
It's going to continue from the southern
Get
end.
Keon Webster here. Come Sinky.
So Sinclair operating with a slip in skipper Leon Johnson. Backward point. Man on the extra cover boundary. Cover. Long off. Mid on. Mid wicket. And square leg. And Bravo is pushing this one long off. Easy single which he's going to walk through.
Keep working, keep challenging him and Sinky. Good work, Sinkers.
So it's flatter and forcing it off the back foot. Excellent shot there by Goolie. And it goes very close to the boundary. They take two, but an excellent shot there by Goolie, punching that off the back foot. It was a quicker delivery there by Sinclair. It was flatter and made some height. He was able to get to ride that nicely.
It was a key for Goolie there. Played it right under his eyes. Good chase from Savory, saving 2 runs. This team.
Work, Kaluma, work.
Goolie just getting settled. 10 from 32 deliveries. Flutter again from Sinclair.
So Goolie has already faced 33 deliveries. He's been in there a little while now.
Another good delivery from Sinclair. Not giving away much. Kevin Sinclair. Very improved cricketer, Kevin Sinclair, ever since he got that opportunity with the West Indies team, the T20 team.
Yes.
Looks as though he really worked on his game.
Both bat and ball.
Yeah.
This one squeezed away. End of yet another over. So at the end of it, it's 94 for 3. I take my leave, and Gordon Pear will be coming to join Cardiff.
.94 for 3 after 31 overs. 9 overs remain in the day's play. Versami Pomal to continue from the northern end. As Kemal Savory leaves the field for the Happy Eagles, Shamar Joseph, the substitute, is on for him. Man who just got up from sleep, Mr. Gordon. So Bravo well set here, 55 of 85 deliveries. Very Sami Pomal, very smart operator. Into his 5th over, none for 8.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 94 for 3. They'll want a big partnership here. Bravo looking good. He's got to 50. That's the first personal milestone. He'll be looking to add a lot more as he tries to bring the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as close as possible to the...
Goolie's halfway down the track. Imlak is not picking up cleanly, and Goolie able to get back. Bit of miscommunication between the two. There's a big gap there. There's no one in the point area. This time Bravo is back and punching. The man out on the sweeper boundary, Kimo Paul, does the fielding. At this stage, what Red Force would not want is a run out.
In the longer version, you don't want to run out any time, but it's worse now with your team on the ropes and fighting for survival. Just about 8 overs remaining in the day's play.
Well watched by Goolie. Very watchful to Versami Pomal, and as soon as he's getting too close, Goolie has that option and the strength of playing straight back. Back and cutting, and he's cutting in the gap and picking up 4. Jid Goolie. Pomal slightly short on this occasion. Enough time for Goolie to rock back and cut it in the gap, forward of point. Picking up 4.
Bringing up the score to 99 for 3 as they inch closer to that triple figure mark for the team here.
Come the Sinky, come the Sinky. Perfect pair for you here, Sinky. Come on, get one, get one.
7 more overs left in the day's play. These two will want to bat out those 7 overs. Probably get around 115, 115 runs, 120, and leave just about 300 runs to get tomorrow. God spare life. It's going to be Goolie. In fact, it's Bravo to face up to Sinclair.
Well played by Bravo. Well watched.
Keep going.
Hallmark of this innings from Darren Bravo so far is his precise movement. So either he's forward or back. This time he's back, punching and good fielding from Nandu, covering the ground quickly.
As they keep the pressure on here.
In fact, it's Anderson, Kevlin Anderson.
Sinclair. Lead back up the track there by Bravo.
That one. Yeah, that one.
He's done well for his team thus far. He can do a whole lot better. As he just pushes that one up on the offside. Jogs through for a single.
Come on.
Yeah, and 100 comes up with that single. 100 up, 100 for 3. Score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the 312 required for victory. Or 7 wickets for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, just seeing the reason why the Harpy Eagles batted so long, because you're seeing that it's quite easy going out there. That if you stay in the wicket, you can get runs as well. And of course, you will, the longer you stay, the easier you get. As you see, the Guyana Harpy Eagles today declaring on 247 for 6. Kemal Savory getting his 100, his maiden first class 100, 101 not out. Leon Johnson, his skipper, partnered him for most of that time. He got to 75. The Harpy Eagles starting the day on 96 for 3. They batted the whole of the first session without losing a wicket, adding some 91 plus runs in that first session. When the declaration did come from skipper Leon Johnson, and they asked the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to take a knock, they lost the early wicket of Solozano.
Well played from Bravo. Pushes this one down to long on. There's a single in it for him.
As Solozano, difficult series this season continued. following him shortly was the other opening batter, Keegan Simmons, for 8. A bit of a partnership between two senior players, Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo. Before Jason Mohammed was up LBW. But Goolie has come and form a bit of a partnership here with his skipper, putting on 31. In the meantime, Bravo getting a personal milestone, adding another half century to the list of his many others at the first class level. And that brings the end of the VS Sami Pumal over. So Kadir, as things just continues to meander to an end here today, 5 overs left. I think, what do you think would be the mindset of the Guyanese Happy Eagles for these remaining 5 overs?
Well, ideally for them, they would like to pick up another wicket. But all in all, they have all of 311 runs to defend. So I think from their point of view, just look to keep it quiet and pick up wickets whenever present itself. And just look to be patient, as they've done in the first innings.
It's a good flowing drive down to mid-off to the man at long off. Just the single. Sinclair just pitching that one up. Goolie, the field comes in for him. He's back, cracking it. But good feeling there.
Substitute Shamar Joseph. Some good work. Cover point area.
Then Goolie long forward. Bat and pad very close together. Elbows high. Head over the ball. Coaches around the country will be proud.
A good lead from Goolie.
The whole
Shows that he's watching those deliveries very closely. Chid Goolie.
Yeah, the whole of the Trinidad and Tobago public would be hoping that he can continue to bat on and show that solid technique. Here he takes a walks away, takes a little reset. As they've just put a man in short to him there, just under the eye line. He's back and he cracks it. Good feeling.
Good over from Sinclair comes down and just a single in it after 35 overs. Red Force 102 for 3.
Seems they want to finish here with a flourish. Skipper calls up his major danger man. Kemal Paul is going to come in here to just shuttling. With just 4 overs remaining, you want to get 2 from this end. It looked like the pair was just quite 2 good players of spin, both Bravo and Goolie. So they'll want to just quicken things up. The ball will still be in a fairly good condition. 35 overs bowled thus far.
Yeah, just like I've said, looking to pick up a wicket before the close of play. And with this bowling change, certainly justifies that skipper Leon Johnson is looking for 1 more before the close. But Darren Bravo and Jid Goolie got to be mindful of what Leon Johnson wants.
Yeah, I think Bravo needs to reset. He's seeing the ball big, but of course the pace. He wanna stay there. He wants to be there at the end this afternoon. He wants to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think with these two batsmen well set, Goolie facing 48 deliveries for his 14. He's spent some time out there. He doesn't want to give it away at this stage.
Yeah,
He wants to continue to bat on.
They want to bat till the end of play. Come again tomorrow and really first play out the first session before lunch. And then after lunch, decide if the total is gettable. It'll be a bit of a historic run chase.
But I must say that the surface here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has remained excellent, in excellent condition throughout the 3 days of this game so far.
It's been an excellent track, you know.
Something in there for the seamers if you bend your back. Likewise, the batsmen, you apply yourself. Run scoring can become easy, with the quick outfield. But the wicket has not. It's not broken up.
It's an excellent 4-day strip. It's more or less remained true. You haven't seen many keep low, or be seeing a good carry to the keeper on most occasions when the fast bowler runs in. It haven't spun wildly.
Yeah.
So it's a good 4-day wicket. It allows you to test your skill, both the batters and the bowlers, their mental strength.
Next up.
It's been a battle of wits here. I think it's just on the second day for that period there after lunch. The Trinidad and Tobago team just lost the script and paid the consequences. They've been behind the 8 ball ever since. But if they can get to the close of play without losing another wicket, I think it would be a bit of a mini fight back. And just getting the bat forward, showing the full face, pushing it out on the outside. Goolie, I think he just has to put run scoring out of his mind. You just have to know that he has just 3 overs and 1 ball, 1 more ball in this over, 1 more legitimate ball in this over by Paul. Let's look what Paul is going to toss up for this one. It's just finding that spot outside the off stump. But that's the over here. At the end of that Kimo Paul over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 103 for 3. Skipper Bravo on 16 not out. Jet Goolie on 14 not out. So just about 12 more minutes remaining in the day's play here. I think they're going to get in their final 3 overs.
Yeah.
Because Sinclair is going to continue at the southern end. He's up against Bravo. Bravo just into line. Back. And then he's
Bit of a misfield from Anderson allows Bravo to come through for a single.
Yeah. Bravo will be eyeing another 100 here.
Sinky. One half stop.
Goolie will be just trying to get to the end of the day's play. Good feeling there by St. Clair, the way he's reacting. He thinks that he had a half a chance. So probably struck in the air. Nandu did under the helmet on the offside. Does the feeling on cue. In our primary school days, we had played one bounce there.
Short
Back.
delivery. Can't get past Joseph. Another over comes to an end. So just 2 remaining in the day's play.
It's just 2 more overs remaining. Let's see if Paul is going to continue. Yes, it is going to be Paul. It's going to be up against Bravo. It's going to come right time over to him.
Yeah, coming over now.
Just changing the angle. And this is the smarts of Kimo Paul. You know, the wicket doesn't hold much demons. So he's changing the angle. You'll probably see him try to bowl a slower delivery.
Yeah, Kimo Paul, a very skillful operator.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed by him here. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. In the end, it's no. Of course, you don't want to make any mistakes. You know, when you say yes, no, quite fast, it sounds like hee-haw, hee-haw. You know what animal makes that song. So you don't want to get a run out of this stage and behave like that animal. Yeah. You want to call clearly. Well, it's Paula. He's up against Bravo. What a battle it's been. First class cricket at its best. Some people may like the slam, bam, thank you, madam cricket. But for the true cricket lover, this one here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has really been a good advertisement in terms of the way each session has been important to both the batting and fielding side. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery as he goes past the edge. Bravo stuck in the pose, but it beat everything. Look at it again.
As we take a look at this delivery, shipping away from Bravo. Excellent delivery from Paul right at the end, giving it his all here, trying to prize out one more for the Happy Eagles. Luckily for Bravo, didn't take the edge.
Too good for everything there.
Just too good.
Yeah,
Full delivery.
Places into the gap. He's going to jog back for 2. Easy 2 runs.
One more. Green. One, you.
So as we come close to the end of the day's play here, Gordon, 106 for 3. How do you think the Red Force gonna approach day 4 with just over 300 runs for victory. Another good delivery from Paul.
He has everything in line as he stick the pose, but the ball just going past the outside edge. Look at it again.
Another good delivery from Kimo Paul.
At the end of that keeper ball over, it's the Red Force looking to get to 412 for a historic win. They're 106 for 3. Well, Kedera, as we get closer to the end, the first thing they got to do is not lose any more wickets in this last over. And then after that, I think when they get inside, they can think and really plan for tomorrow. But again, they have to play it session by session, and not even session by session, hour by hour. For the first session, that first 2 hours, they want to get out of the first hour and assess where they are. And then they'll come up with a plan for the next hour. I think if this pair can bat through to lunch till tomorrow, they'll have added a number of runs. And I think it's going to be game on come after lunch tomorrow on day 4.
Well, we're seeing some field changes here for the final over. Pumal is going to bowl it, replacing Sinclair, and we see a leg slip, a slip, a bat pad, leg side. So some company for Goolie around the bat. Final over of the day's play. Well watched so far by Goolie.
Yeah, the pressure of the occasion, you know. Had it been 2 overs before, you would not see this kind of field placings. But it's just the pressure of the batter wanting to get in, wanting to survive the over. You may just be a bit tentative. Just take one off the hips across the leg slip. Just a long prod, bat and pad coming into play. As you see another fielder coming in.
Yeah, survival, the name of the game here for Goolie.
Yes,
as he tries to withhold Versami Pumal. 2 deliveries remaining. Another man coming in, second slip, catching position. Tevin Imlak.
Just applying the pressure of the situation. Good captaincy there by Leon Johnson. He's gotten most of his calls right in this one. I think the only thing he didn't call right was the cost, the toy cost.
Coin toss.
The coin toss, sorry. That's the only thing he didn't call right. I think Bravo starting wrong after Bravo started right, getting the toss, winning the toss. After that, he started wrong by inserting the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Safely negotiated from Goolie. As we've come to the end of play on day 3 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, TNT Red Force, after 39 overs, their second innings score 106 for 3. A day in which, Gordon, we saw the Happy Eagles this morning resuming on 96 for 3, and they went on to amass 247 for 6. Kimal Savory getting to his maiden first-class century, and Leon Johnson putting together another good performance with 75. And together they formed a very good partnership. And when the declaration came, they made sure that they had 412 on the board. And so that would mean that the Red Force in their second innings, they closed the day on 106 for 3. And what were your thoughts, Gordon, on the day's play?
It was a very enthralling day's play. I think a good advertisement for the longer version of the game. We saw the Guyana Happy Eagles, they started the day a bit tentative. You would have think that after that big lead, that big first innings lead, and coming out on 96 for 3 this morning, they would have gone about it in terms of a more cowboy style. But no, they put it with a cowboy style and they really applied themselves. They got to lunch without losing a wicket. And then after lunch, they opened up a bit and accumulated what they thought was a safe lead. And then after the youngster Savory getting his maiden test 100, the declaration came soon after. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force immediately pushed back with the early wicket of Salzano. Not too long after, we had we had the other opener,
Keegan Simmons.
Keegan Simmons going. A bit of a partnership between Mohammed and Bravo, but on every occasion it came like every ball was an event. You know, you always sense that if something happened now, it's going to swing the game one way or the other. In the end, though, Captain Bravo showed up this afternoon, and he ends unbeaten on a 63. He'll come again tomorrow to try to first save the game, make the game safe for Trinidad and Tobago. And then if there's only a sprinkling of a chance, which this pitch showing that it has stood up well, that if there's a sprinkling of a chance, I think Trinidad and Tobago is going to try to grasp this one and overhaul the total set by the Guyana Happy Eagles team. But it was really an interesting game. So
at the end here, it's the Red Force at stumps 106 for 3 after 39 overs. Not out batsman Darren Bravo on 63. Jed Goolie is with him on 14. So that's the end. We've come to the end here, and we encourage you to join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the final day of play here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So we want to wish you a good afternoon and thank you for viewing, and we look forward to you in the morning.
ciao.